Stop recording. Yes. I'm gonna stop recording right now. I'm gonna go into my settings. I'm gonna make sure I turn off automatically start recording. Because I don't know why I ever turned that on. I don't even know if I did. It might just be a default setting. Like, who needs that, bro? Who needs to be recording and streaming at the same time? Can't you just download the stream afterwards? I guess maybe some people can. Maybe you're on a thing that doesn't save streams afterwards. I don't know. Stream output stinking recording. To audio general. Automatically record when streaming. Turn that off now. Okay. Okay, give me a second. I gotta get we have to wait for the thing to show up on my phone. Okay. Also, man, I've made 89 videos. It does not feel like that. That's crazy, especially considering how long it takes me to like make a video. Okay. Things might be good. Things might be good. I'm gonna do a test. I'm gonna open Filmora and goof. Higgledy-piggledy, this is audio. I've just opened Filmora. Let's hope that it shows up with me opening Filmora. This audio, I mean. Please. Please. Things are looking good. Things are looking good. Oh my. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Video and audio are back in sync. We're all good, baby. Now we gotta find what I was looking for, which was something. Let's see. Motion PNG, think fast. What now? It's gonna be in OBS recordings. It's gonna be one of these. Probably this one. Open. Where is my OBS recording? Are you what I'm looking for? Hello? Is it you I'm looking for?
This is a test. I'm gonna do basics.
I also just didn't check the date. So, like, yeah, no, this is not at all. This is me probably playing Minecraft at 60 FPS for the first time, and it being so smooth. God, I remember that. One thing I just don't like is how easily we get used to things because it makes it so difficult to savor things. Like 60 FPS, bro? I was playing at 20 all the time before. Successful flash. What is this? That's probably audio test with flash. What is this the thing? Perhaps, maybe. I do believe so. Oh, actually, no, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be this one because it was recording the stream the 2 times. So this should be the proper one. What I'm actually looking for. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Don't open CurseForge. Don't open CurseForge. You don't need to open CurseForge. Yes! It's what I'm looking for. Awesome. Okay. We go. Here we go. Shush! 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 I pressed it twice. I pressed spacebar twice. Shush! Shush your mouth. One thing is that Filmora lags like considerably, at least on my computer. So it's like things can get kind of actually really annoying in terms of like I forgot what I was trying to say. But, oh yeah, Filmora lags a lot. Things can get annoying in terms of getting precise placements and pausing a video, frankly. Pausing it, trying to replay anything. Like, it just sucks sometimes. But overall, very useful, very cool. I'm still learning a lot about it. Alright, give myself this time. There. That's where we're gonna start it. So we can cut this out. Uh, Normally it's not this laggy though. We'll say that's probably just because of the stream. Like these are multiple seconds between inputs and outputs. This is crazy. I pressed delete and I was able to complete finish a statement about normally it not being this laggy before it actually deleted it. Like that's pretty great. One also thing I feel more I don't know how you do speeding up audio. Or not even audio. Audio, fine, sure. But video? Seriously? Video? What are you doing? What is wrong with you? I don't understand, man. Do I need to, make things at absurdly high FPSs? Projects at absurdly high FPSs so I can speed them up? Probably. That's probably my problem. Is that I always go for 25 or 30 FPS when I need to be going higher so that I can speed things up in case I need to be double the FPS. Man, took me a while to realize that. Either way, there is still the problem of you lagging all the time. Whenever I try to... Okay, so we're going to detach audio because I don't need it. It's literally empty. Even if it wasn't, that would just be worse. Okay, I'm definitely not going to be able to get a ton done in terms of editing this video because of how laggy it is. Because I'm streaming. So, you know, we'll do as much as we can, but I don't expect as much as we can to be a very long time. Let's see. What am I doing? Speed and duration. I can use these. I gotta get used to using these, because I only recently realized that most of the things that I ever want to do with video is, right here, and I don't have to right-click and look for it in the thing. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do, yes, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to speed these up as I wish there could be a greedy, if animation could go for actual properties of the video, I could speed up the video over time, that would be awesome. That would be sick. Wicked, bro. What is this? What is the speed and duration on this thing? Probably 2 times. Presumably 2 times. Zoom in. Yes. Wow, it's so beautiful. Anyway. Speed and duration, fast, 2x. Then we go... Hey, buddy, pal, friend, chum, friendy, friend, pal, chum. Okay. Yeah, no, we're not gonna get a ton done, because this FPS is wild. But it'll be fine. It'll be good eventually. I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to do. I'm probably just gonna get to the extent of this audio that I have down right now, and then, that's it. But that's fine. That's enough. That's probably not lined up. Now I'm gonna have to... Okay, undo that. I want these to be lined up. I know it doesn't actually matter that much in terms of that level of... Never mind. I was perfect. I should have known. Oogly boogly. Uh, Oogly boogly to mama es oogly. Which I just realized oogly and oogly are the same thing. Not actually, because it's one is actually Oogly and one is Ugly, pronounced all goofy. But like, I can't rhyme oogly with oogly, even if oogly and oogly are two different things, because oogly and oogly are both gibberish, meaning nothing. Therefore, they're basically equivalent. I can't work in these conditions. I think this one I can afford to speed duration. I'm gonna slow this one down a bit, like 18x maybe? There we go. Because I want to extend it to be about this length. As close to that length as I can, because I can always cut it off. You know what I mean? So I'd rather it be longer than shorter, because if it's shorter, then that means there's like a moment where it's just like sped up audio and no complimentary video. And that sucks. So I'm gonna see how close I can get this. There we go. And then I go to the end of this and cut this off. Delete. Basically, you have motion along two perpendicular. You have motion along two perpendicular tangents. Motion along two perpendicular tangents. Perpendicular tangents. What just happened? Why is it repeating itself over and over again? You have motion along two. You have motion along two. These are very clearly. What? These are very clearly different audio things. You can see by the fact that they're not shaped the same. Therefore, why are you repeating the same? Stop! Filmora. What are you doing? Private! Henderson! No, it's genuinely repeating the audio. It cannot be speeding up that much over and over again. I'm just gonna save and deal with that later. Filmora's like collapsing under the weight of it's mental trauma or something. I don't know. It's become a black hole. So I'm just gonna like leave Filmora to do Filmora things all goofy like, and then I'm going to do the next thing on the list, because editing this video is clearly not part of that. Which is fine, because it's a miserable process with this lag. Okay, that's saved. Close. Out of here! Goodbye! Adios! Sayonara. Okay, next. What do we do? What do we want to do? What are we doing here? What's the plan, boss man? I forgot. What's on the list? What's next up on the list while this closes? Work on plans for new okay. Yes, it's time for the end of the suspense that has now existed for a couple hours, because it was it was like literally 5 minutes. Well, not literally 5 minutes, because obviously you had the couple of minutes that I tried to edit the big long thing, but it's like that basically doesn't count. Because it was supposed to be like, oh, wait till 8:30 p.m. or 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. You have no clue what's gonna go on. But now, but I had to ended up doing the thing. It's whatever. Okay. Cool project suspense thing is now arriving once Opera loads and opens, and then you'll see the beauty that is what is my next idea that I've technically had since like before this summer, and simply procrastinated on, to the point where it's like the basic thing doesn't actually technically work. So it's like, basically I'm nowhere with it. But at the same time, only technically, basically, because I do actually have, like, what happened was, it was really difficult to work on it. It was just really difficult to work on. Also, music can come back. Music can come back because now we're done with that. You love to see it. Oh my goodness. Music, welcome back to the party. Okay. Yeah. So, are you gonna load? Are you good? What's going on? Okay, that's doing things. There we go. Okay. Look at this. It's Gamecraft. Whoa, it's Gamecraft. It's Gamecraft. You can probably tell by the name what it does. Let me make sure the audio and stuff are good. No. Has it happened again? Or is the stream just lagging? Okay, good. The stream is just lagging. We're okay. It's the video is lagging, but it's not delaminated or whatever the heck you want to call it. Screw you and all of your cookies. I'm lactose intolerant. I'm not, and I'm very proud of that fact. I'm in fact lactose tolerant. Don't you dare! You genuinely, growl, angry noises. Why do I have to... Miro, let me log in via the login button. Let me do that, please. I'm begging you. You suck, Miro. Miro, you're Miro. Miro, you caused me pain. mail.google.com, and I'm not going to enter that because I have no clue what's going to show up. So, for the sakes, I'm going to, where's it? Display capture this one? Yes, I'm going to hide that really quick. Here we go. You can't see me, nana boo boo, and then, go in here, we go in the go-go boots. Go-go boots. What are go-go boots? I know those are a thing. What are go-go boots? What are they supposed to be? Are they like the disco boots? Go-go boots. They are! The disco boots. Why were they I guess no, they're not called... It's not like a why are they called go-go boots. It's just that's what they are. They are go-go boots in the same way. Why are you calling sneakers sneakers? People are deliberately running in them, you know what I mean? Like, that's the opposite of sneaking. Although not necessarily. You can run stealthily if you use your heel. If you use your heel, like, in its full range, then it basically ends up like you're rolling on your heels, you know what I mean? Or not on your heels, but on your feet, so you're going like... And so it ends up being really quiet, while also not hindering your speed, because you're able to keep continuous motion. But it's difficult. I mean, it's hard. I honestly have no clue what I'm doing. What are we gonna see? What's the login information for this again? I wanna say... Is it capitalized? I don't remember if it's capitalized. We'll find out. And it was! Awesome, sorry, okay. Good. It's load times, I swear. I'm not just taking forever to do things. It's load times. I will show the screen again soon. I promise. Log into my Miro account. I really need to figure out how the heck to change that setting if possible, because that sucks. Load and load. Okay. Welcome back to the land of the seeing. This is... Dang it! Christ almighty. Okay, give me 1 more second. This world is so cruel. Resend. Give me a new link. You stinking loser. Control space. Open my recently closed tab. I know for a fact. I'm so tired. I'm eating, I'm eating. Excuse me. I'm sweating like I have no idea what I don't know what things sweat. I mean that's kind of in the sentence. I don't know what things sweat. I have no idea what to compare my levels of perspiration to. Are you the new one or what? Or do I need to? Because it would be sick if you just, like, assuming you were the new. Does this one work? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Please, work. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's. You. Okay, we're here. We're here. Hey, look at it. Look. Oh, look at the arrows. Boom! This is it. This is the thing that I wanted to show you. Close that, close that, close that, close that, and close that. I don't need this. Okay, so here's the deal. Basically, this is chemical reactions. This is Skimcraft. Skimcraft, I want... It would do this now. It would do this now. Okay, give me a second. This is stupid. This is stupid and it's dumb. And it knows it's I know for a fact that it's doing this on purpose. Like the one time that it is never before asked me to set a password. It was just annoying and sent email things but now okay, I set a password. Boom. Okay. So, here's the deal. Basically, this is Skimcraft. It is Skimcraft, and you can see right here because this is like graphical, Skimcraft. It's chemistry, real world chemistry in Minecraft, because I love both chemistry and Minecraft, so both being known as DOS, you know what I mean? So, basically, I want chemical reactions just for the beaker, right? So it's just gonna be like aqueous chemical reactions. I add more stuff. I will add more stuff later, but right now I just need the basic thing working. And then, for the love of God, let's stop procrastinating and do something. I don't even know what I want to do. I know, I need to do it. Right, so, basically, here's the deal. The point where we want input of two chemical compounds, right? Then, ionize them. These are aqueous, right? So it's going to be ionic compounds, ionize them, so break them up into their parts. You've got PB2, NO3, negative 1, I don't know, then K plus OH minus. Yes, then here create all possible stop like coherent. Basically, we're gonna have our input of chemical compounds, we're gonna ionize them, and then recombine all of those ions into all possible compounds, right? So you've got here, is cation the positive one? I think so. Yeah, it's cations. You have cations first, and they recombine with all of those anions. So you've got PbNO3 and PbOH, PbNO3, PbOH, KNO3, KOH, KNO3, KOH. Obviously, if the lead has the OH, K, the potassium can't have the OH, so there's only two possibilities here. And then you count the number of insoluble compounds in each of these products, right? In this case, the PbOH2 is insoluble, KNO3 is soluble, and in this one, both of these are soluble. So this has a single insoluble compound, and therefore it has the most, and therefore it is the one we want to create. And that's, so we've gone from this to this two simple processes, right? Then we convert this into data and transformation of data, right? So your input is now these two, like this top list of stuff and this bottom list of stuff. You have the ID, which is the atomic number of the element, and then you have the count and the charge, right? So, and this is PbNO3, I believe. Yes, there's PbNO3 too. So you've got one lead, which is 82, with a charge of positive 2. Then you have then you have the dang, I'm saying so many what do you call them? Polyatomic ions. That's it. Polyatomic ion. You have 7, which is nitrogen. So you have 1 nitrogen and 3 oxygen. And you have 2 of the NO3 with a charge of -1. Honestly, I'm not sure how I'm going to do the charge because this, I'll figure it out. But either way, that's what you have here. And then, in this you have potassium, just single potassium, and then polyatomic ion of hydroxide. So you've got oxygen, 1 hydrogen, with a count of 1 and a charge of -1. Then you ionize them, so you take these, break them down into the parts, which is really just, like, you can see the commas breaking them apart. You've got the, hold on, I'm gonna open this. You've got the lead, you've got the, NO3 that I forgot the name of, what is it? I forgot, I don't know. Either way, you got this, you have the potassium, and then you also have the hydroxide. So you're basically just going to go through the list, because these are lists. This is a list of lists, right? You've got 2 brackets here. This list has both of the lists. Each of these compounds is a list, and then both of these compounds are in a single list, which encompasses the entire equation, right? So you go through the list, which in this case is 2 pieces long, right? And then inside of that list, you go through, like, the length of the list, right? Because the length of the list is the number of elements, or the number of compounds, or ions, number of ions inside of the compound. You got, the first one is lead, and the second one is NO3, and then that's it. Nitrate, that's the word. Yeah, first one is lead, second one is nitrate, and then that's it, right? So you copy this over, then this over, then you do the same thing for this one, and then you end up with just a list of a bunch of individual ions with their charges and whatnot. Then you recombine these based on the charges. This has a charge of 2, this has a charge of -1, this has a charge of +1, this has a charge of -1. So all the positives you can recombine with the negatives, positives you can recombine with the negatives and in different ones. Then you have to figure out which one is insoluble. Just like you can see here, they're all in all the different combinations. Then find out which one's insoluble, and that's your output. Now, then it goes down to the actual commands. And you can see I've labeled them. So this is the load, basically the thing it's got to do as soon as you create the game. So this is just making all the background information it needs. Here you have, this is for display purposes, because we want to display the chemical formulas that each beaker has inside of them. So we need a way to translate these IDs into letters and like the symbols, right? So we've got a dictionary here, and it tells you what each ID means as a letter, so you would translate that. Obviously this is not complete, it only goes to zinc, and then class 10. I have no clue what that means, honestly. If I had to guess, this is going to be Oh, it's this. It's this. Okay. This is solubility, I think. No, I'm dumb. It says it right here. Metal and non-metal, right? Because that determines whether we're having an ionic or covalent bond. Because ionic or the Beaker aqueous reactions can result in covalent bonded things like oxygen gas or whatnot, right? So we have to keep track the class 1 0. Yeah, I don't know why it's written like this. I honestly have no. Oh, okay. This is supposed to be going for each of these, so this would go to 30 all the way to zinc, right? And it would tell you whether that's a metal or non-metal. First thing I did said that hydrogen was a non-metal. Technically, I mean, it's like it's a maybe, really, because it's like sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't. It does ionic bonds, but then also it does covalent bonds, because hydrogen gas is kind of just like, hydrogen does its own thing. Honestly, I don't know how I'm gonna end up classing hydrogen in the end, but currently, I'm just saying it's a non-metal. Then, here you have a solubility chart. Basically, you have, this is a list of lists, right? Each list is an X value because I based this on a chart. I wonder if I still have that chart. I was, yes. Yes, I do. It's this chart. So you have the X value. So basically, you have X and then each one is a list, right? Please go back and don't ask me to sign in again. Don't ask me. Well, I mean, you made me put in a password, so even if we did, it'd be easy. Okay, cool, that works. So you can see here, this is the chart that I based it off of, right? So it's basically whether or not something is soluble, insoluble, or slightly soluble. And then, or if it has a reaction. So I mean, yeah, and then -1, unstable. Basically, yes. Which, yes, because it's basically, it creates something that immediately turns into something else, I think. I want to say that's what that means, what unstable means. Like, it is basically soluble in that whatever, when you put it in the water, or whatever the heck, it breaks down immediately, or anything that forms immediately destroys itself, meaning that it cannot be studied to tell like how soluble it is. You know what I mean? Or whatever the heck. I don't know. Either way, point is, this goes through each one. It's basically meant to act as a grid because you can give an X to tell you which of these lists to go through, and then a Y to tell you which item inside of that list to refer to. So that's it. Basically, the X is this, the Y is this. So the X is the cation, Y is the anion, and that'll tell you if the if the compound is soluble. And that's not enough. The negative one, the unstable, is this. Not enough solubility data available to be determined because they can't get the solubility data of something that immediately dies. Then, here you have the I'm honestly trying to figure, what is this? Data storage modify. I think this is supposed to be the charge data, or is this like, what is this? Data modify storage kinetics solubility key X. Oh, okay. So this is basically translating. Okay. It's telling you what to set the X value as depending on what the compound is. So, for example, if you have a 17, which is chlorine, so if you've got a chlorine charge of -1, you have an X value of 1. So it'll be the first item, I believe this, which is, I mean, it's not, so I don't know. 17 is chlorine, and it's supposed to be key.x value. Key.x. 1 is chlorine. In what world is 1 chlorine? Chlorine is like... I'm genuinely not sure. For 35, I don't know what 35 is. Periodic table. It's really difficult to keep track of these things because I'm lost. I don't remember. Okay, hey. 35 is bromine. Bromine, you are... Okay, so did I just, like, forget about fluorine? I might have, and that might be it. What is fluorine? What number is fluorine? Fluorine is 9. Is there a 9 anywhere in here? There's an 8. There is not, so that's good. I just forgot about fluorine, which is good. Also, I realize now that that is telling me what each of these are. This is the list. Each of these in curly brackets or normal brackets, which is a polyatomic ion, like these, tells me which one. So I need to add fluorine because this went to the NO3. Why did I order it like this? Why is CHCO... Why is this there? I don't follow. Did I not use this chart? Did I decide against it? I don't know. I'm lost again. Anyway, I'll figure that out. Then, finally, you have this. You data modify chemotic aspect. So it's all the Y values. And you can see here. Did I do a proper job? I did. They're in the correct... Okay. Huh? Why? I don't know. I have no clue. What? Why? I don't know why I did. Okay. AG. I'm saying that Y of the Y of whatever the heck AG is, so the last one is supposed to be silver, which is all 2s and then a -1 and then 2. Can I see that's this. That it's lithium. Well, it's not. That would be blank. Where's one where it's all 2s until something is blank? So, literally all 2s and then a -1, which means unstable, and then a 2-2. Oh! Is it going this way, perhaps? Yes, because then that would be chlorine. So did I do it backwards? Logically, no. What? Why? Because you have this. This doesn't even add up. It's like this matches, but that's for chlorine, and chlorine is neither last or honestly, I have no clue where I was in this. I don't know. This is all 2s, then a 0, then all 2s, then a slight. Where can I see that? Bunch of 2s, then a 0, then a bunch of 2s, then a slight. I don't think I used this chart. I think I went to a different chart or something. I don't know. I don't know. My memory isn't on. Either way, you have this stuff. This presumably tells you what each compound is here, so you can find, like, chlorine, and so Cl, or NH4Cl, which is NH4Cl should be 1, 2, Now it's 1-1 because I forgot fluorine, which is fine because I can just add that, but I don't know what's going on in the bottom row because it's just not in the right order. Either way, the point is this translates to positions here because this one needs it, or one of these needs it. This all goes into here. This is a different function called storage, right? So it's just beakers, UUID, cations, anions. Okay. So this is setting up the storage for beakers, I think. Right? Because beakers need to hold their data, and they're gonna hold it inside of a data storage instead of inside of themselves, because I have no clue how to change the data of an entity because it just wouldn't let me. So I'm sure that'll figure itself out. Then you go into ionize, which does basically, I'm not gonna explain. Honestly, I might not. Okay, no. The point of this is to be productive, not to be entertaining. So I think it's okay. I think I'll be okay. So this ionize, this skilled players add at its compound one. So this goes through each compound, grabs the ID of it. Okay. Yes. So this will go to each compound. Grab the ID of it, which is either going to be a number or a list. And then it grabs the compound, which is whatever you need. I mean, I guess it depends on who's using it, right? Then you have the ion. And what are these each translating into? You have where's the focus? Did I make the focus in this or no? I thought I did, but something might not have been saved. I don't think I saved before closing this tab, so I don't know. Focus. So there's certain focus data storage that is different. I honestly don't know. Yeah, no. I'm not sure about what the state of this is, but I've been on this thing for an hour now. I'm just trying to come in. Okay, so ionize. This breaks it down into an ion, and then this does count, store, sort. What does that do? So count first on store results stored as reactants. Store results stored. Okay, store reactants, run data get. Chem beaker ID. Okay, beakers ID. So focus in ID because I'm doing it with focus. So the ID which I grabbed, then, and so what did I put in here? So we'll get that as beaker. Okay, so this is just like which beaker I'm at, and then content. Dot content. So I'm storing content. Okay, what is content? Where is content? Content is this, and I'm trying to store that into a score. Store result. Score as one data get. What am I trying to do here? The length of it, right? Because if you put a list into a scoreboard, it'll give you the length of that scoreboard rather than any information inside of it. That makes sense. Okay, then the store results, storage, focus, reactants, integer 1. Sorry, so you store the number of reactants as a scoreboard So, oh, okay. So you take the length of reactants, so you get the length of the content, put it into the scoreboard reactants, then take the value of the scoreboard reactants and put it inside of the data storage reactants. Okay, that makes sense. Then if data storage can beaker ID compound content compound, if data storage, so basically if beaker has content, which is like what? If data storage can beaker's ID compound or content compound, run data modify, storage can beakers. Right, because I'm changing compound. Okay. This makes sense. So it's basically just saying, like, if the number that we're, because it looks like, is there anything running function? Yes. Store. So this is looping itself. This loops itself, and every time it changes this value. It changes this value of the compound scoreboard, and then sets that to the compound of focus. Therefore, if this is just making sure that we didn't go over, so that makes sense. And then if we haven't gone over, then storage beakers beaker ID work.ions append. So it adds something to work.ions of our beaker, which if we go over here we can see is just here. So it adds something to this list. It is okay, so it adds that compound to the list of ions, which, I mean, are you sure? Because, I mean, yes, because compound, what is content? What is content? What has content? Content is this. Okay, so content is a bunch of compounds, but okay, so it's looking like I'm grabbing each compound, then from each compound I'm going to take out the cation and put it in this list, the anion and put it in this list, and I do that for every compound inside of this. And then inside of combinations, I do each thing. I'm gonna assume combination is gonna be a list of lists, so I'm basically just gonna recombine all the cations and anions in every way, and then have to go through each item of combinations and figure out which one has the most insoluble compounds based on that table earlier. Okay, that makes sense. So then ion sort. Sort is going to do score as charge, score result charge, run data get work ions, ions ion. Oh, the length of. Okay, the length. I keep forgetting that's what that does. So the length of. What am I doing? It's the length of the list of ions. Right, which I guess makes sense, yes, because that's gonna be the number of compounds inside. No, hold on. Okay, so is this... Okay, I get it. So basically, it's gonna take them out of their brackets here. Like, here we can see you've got brackets inside of brackets and whatnot. So, we need... What it's going through and taking the insides of the brackets, putting them here without any brackets. So this is gonna just be this is gonna end up being a list of all the ions. and then it's gonna put them into the cations and ions and recombine them and all sorts. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so this is... Okay, then if data... So this gets the length of that and puts it... So yeah, it gets the length of... The number of ions puts it into charge. Don't know why I'm putting it into charge, but... Okay, then if data storage beakers ion. So basically, I assume we're going to be changing compound. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. Ion. I'll figure it out. So, if this item in the scoreboard exists, then run data modify anions. So it's gonna put... Okay. Wait. How is it gonna get the charge? How is it gonna get the charge of the thing? Because it's seeming like it's run data modify work.anions admin from this, and this is... But how does it know that it's an anion? And then if data can beakers ID content compound run. Okay, this was copied over from here, so I think I'm meant to change this to become like for this list. So this item, this sort part isn't done yet. Okay. But the anion thing doesn't look like it would logically work because it's not checking the charge of the thing. Because it's data get, right? So it's getting the length of, maybe I'm intending to get the charge from that. Like, maybe? Because what's running sort? What is running sort? Is it just this, like, parent up here? Yes. So this is obviously sorting the ions into anions or cations. Okay. Give me a second, sorry. Okay. So we want this to check the charge. To find the charge, we can do... That means work anions append from that. So we need to store the charge inside of a scoreboard, meaning we probably need to add... Okay, so... Okay, what is it? It's saying scoreboard player get as ion. What is it even doing? Execute store result storage focus.ion. Right, because... Focus.ion int 1. Store result. What? No. Run scoreboard please get. So this gets ion, and presumably something is meant to be changing ion, so I think this is meant to be ion. I'm meant to add ion, add 1 to ion, because we're working inside of... So this is... execute if Beaker's work dot content. I'm gonna assume this is just meant to be this, basically saying like, hey, if Ion is still good. Okay, I get it. So basically, I'm gonna paste this. So this is changing the Ion scoreboard, and then so this changes Ion, then it sets the change in Ion to the focus Ion, and then since we're running this whole function with the focus scoreboard, or not scoreboard, but data storage, this in parentheses, this in brackets, $sign Ion, I forgot the word for it. The macro Ion refers to focus.ion, and we're updating focus every time, but this doesn't loop itself. We need it to loop itself, so I'm gonna just copy paste this really quick. Boom. It needs to loop itself, because otherwise changing it to loop, and this is only ran once. So I'm gonna say what is this? Oh, store result. Okay, this is just putting it into Alright, this is good. Alright, this is what I'm trying to find. Boom. Beaker. There. Run function Kim Ion sort with Kim Beaker focus. Yes, that's what we want. Okay. And that's only if we haven't gone over, because it's like, oh, I go over, then what? Okay, that makes sense. Cool. Then we need to. So now we need to get the actual charge of the thing, and I do have to use the bathroom, but I can give it a bit first because I want to get as much of this while I'm on this thought process. Okay, so we have the ions. I'm just gonna copy. Well, no. Okay, we're gonna. So this is just making sure if we haven't gone over, then you put the thing into anions. Which is not cool. So we need to add another if. We need to add another if to this. I guess before that, what we do is set charge. So it sets charge to Ion's ion, which is like the focus ion. I think I'm intending to do charge here, because if we go to work.ion ion, because what's in ions is going to be each of these ions, they have their charge to consider. Wait, hold on. Give me a second, sorry. Okay. And I don't have a charge table, right? I'm intending to put charge in every one of these. I do think that is the case, yes. So yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure. So I need to, where am I? I'm right here. Okay, so we need to get the charge. Okay, I'm gonna do this when I go to bed because I have to go. I'll be back. BRB. Just add text bathroom break. Create. What are you doing, bro? Just okay. Are you good, bro? What is wrong with that? Font. text. Oh wait, cancel. We're gonna delete this because I feel like I did something wrong. I might have removed. Yes. Text. Break. Okay, no, so it's just that separate. Bathroom. Break. Exclamation mark. There we go. Alignment, center. Vertical alignment, center. Okay. Shrink. Back and break. Awesome. Transition. Yay! Okay, I'll be back. Okay. I'm back. Bathroom break over. Is the music still playing or is it over? Boom. Music. Oh wow. We've gone through the music. Wow. I'm so proud. Anyway, back to this. Yes, we need to get the charge, and then we need to, because currently, what are we even putting this in? We're putting this in charge, and we're not using charge, like anywhere else. Meaning, I need to change this to grab the charge of the thing. I'm gonna say that's gonna be work.ion.charge, because we do have the charge here, right? And we include the charge with all of these, meaning that when it is in work.ions, it will contain a charge. Yes, because these little ones right here don't have charges, but the overall thing is charged, so it should be fine. And that's the overall thing is what's being copied, so we should be good. So this dot charge will give us an actual number, and then we want to do anions is things with negative ones, so I have to say if score, I guess at S. Yeah, if score at S charge matches -1 for one or less, then you do that. And then I'm gonna copy this, paste it, and we're gonna change this to +1 or more. Everything has a 0 charge. I mean, it does. It can turn an ion, so. Okay. There. I'm gonna put this into cations. Like this. Yeah, that works. And we're gonna stretch this out so that it's not, like, all goofy anymore. And we'll stretch this down just to give, I thought so. Go out even more. Alt 3. I'll shrink it just a smidge, because you don't need that much. Okay, cool. There we go. So this gets the charge, then if that charge is negative, it puts it into the anions list, and if it's positive, it puts it into the cations list. Then, if data storage beakers. What? If data storage beakers ion. So if this exists, if we're not over, I keep forgetting. Okay, if we're not over, then add 1 to ion, then update focus ion with the update that we just made, and then loop it again with focus, and then that'll keep going until we are over. And since everything we do depends on us not being over, then we should be good. Like, yeah, this should be good, Okay, then, so now that sorts it into anions and cations. Now we need to go here, and we need to recombine each of those. Meaning, we need to do... I'm thinking the first thing that comes to mind is 2 numbers that, like, start at 0, because lists start at 0. Start at 0 and go up to the length of, I guess, each one, right? So basically it would be like one number that starts at 0 goes up to the length of cations, and another one that does the same thing for anions. And then we, like, combine them. So it would be like, the first number would be 0, 0, and then, yeah, the first number would be 0, 0, so that'd be item 0 of cations and item 0 of anions. So we would combine those items and put it into combinations. Then it'd be 0, 1, do the same thing. Yeah. Although... see, that's what I'm trying to think about, is that we need... okay, combinations is gonna be a list of... it's gonna be a list like content. A bunch of lists like content. And that... when... so basically, if we have 3 compounds... I mean, so it's gonna be like 2 to the 3. Right? That's it. That is what the thing is gonna be. It's gonna be 2 to the number of inputs, right? Like here we have 2 inputs. There's another one, then you add another, so the number of possibilities doubles, and then that becomes that, right? So we need to do, so it'd be, oh shoot. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna add a shape there. It's gonna be like repeat. This is probably not actual code, but it'll be repeat like repeat that. So we'll say repeat link of cations, then repeat link of anions, like that. Stretch that out. Okay. Boom. So this will just change, or we'll say just like just a C plus equals 1, so that's 1 to C, and then in this A plus equals 1, we're gonna see C plus equals 1, A equals 0, right? So then yeah, and we're gonna change this to not be vertically aligned and be aligned like this there. So now I can probably boom, this boom. Okay, so A plus equals 1. So this will basically it'll set C to 1, and before this we can say C equals 0 and A equals 0, like this, right? Boom. So you've got, so it'll repeat, it'll cycle through each cation and combine it with each anion. But we need to figure out, and then but then it's like, also we need to repeat each, alright? Okay, then we also need to repeat each thing. No, we don't. Because... dang. Okay. So I guess the thing is, we need to figure out... how do we find... I guess, yeah, we just need to figure out how we do the validations, right? Because we combine 0 with 1. I guess let's say... you combine 0 with 1, that leaves 1 with 0, right? We'll do 0 with 1 equals 1 with 0, then obviously 1 with 0 equals 0 with 1, and we'll put that like that. Then if you have 3, then you have 0 with 1 equals I mean 1 with 0 equals 2 with 2, like that. 2 with 2, but then but then it's also like, I don't know, there's a bunch of things. So we need to basically just, I mean, I guess it can just be randomly generated, right? So and that depends on the random command. I don't know how I can customize the random command, but like, I mean, no, I can use a macro, so that's fine, even if I don't. So it's like, basically, we just need to generate, like, the first thing we do, generate a random number from, random number from 0 to the number of cations, right? Like that. This isn't supposed to look like any actual coding language. This is just like, it looks kind of like coding, so it like works. You can read it and tell what it's supposed to do, right? So this generates a random number between 1 and any cation. Oh yeah, we do 0 and the length of cations, and then it needs to do the same thing. Boom. Yeah, that needs to do the same thing for anions. And that's one combo. Then Okay, and then we can just say, like, count plus equals 1. Okay. So, to prevent... How do you remove an item from a list? A specific item from a list? I'm gonna look it up. How? That's not. How? Jesus Christ. How to remove a specific item from an array. Obviously this is Python and not like removing the last element, removing an element by index. Okay, yeah, no, I'm just gonna say from an array in Minecraft Java. Right, and if I got rid of the Java part and forced you to say Minecraft. Sure, that works. I think this is what I want. How could I remove the number? Say 4. You can check if the first element of it matches. After all elements are copied. Okay, so yeah. So maybe it'd be an easier way, but I have to go through each item on the list. Okay. So yeah, I have to go through each item on the list and copy it over to a holding cell, basically, for cations and anions, and then basically copy paste that list into the actual one, so it ends up deleting the whole thing, but it's just annoying. Okay, cool. So then that means we need to generate. We need to pick a random cation, or I guess actually there's no reason to pick a random cation. We may as well go for it. Yeah. So we need to pick a random cation. What? No. Pick a cation. Like, just cation equals 0. Pick first cation. And then you repeat length of cation. Let's put that into parentheses. There we go. So you repeat length of cations. Add 1 to the cation that you're choosing. And then, which I guess in this case you would want that to be -1 so that it starts on 0. Then you do the same thing with anions. Okay. Like, let's see what this is. A for anion. Like this. Right? And then so you go through each item and then you need to remove that item from the list. So that's annoying because you have to go through every time to do it. That's actually annoying. So I guess in this case we need to take like lead, take lead. So we have a list with lead and potassium, and a list with nitrate and hydroxide, actually take lead, combine it with nitrate, leaving potassium and hydroxide. No, we need to take lead, or pick lead and pick hydroxide, copy those into a combination, and then remove them from the list, then do the same thing with the remaining pieces. Dude, this is... What do I do here? What do I want to do here? I can't even barely score. Okay. So... So this works, this is fine, this is fine. This is all done. This is all done and good and done and swell. Dang. Okay. So we need... Sorry, I don't know what to do here. I'm actually kind of lost. So we need to take the cations and anions, pick a cation, pick an anion, combine them, and then... Dang, okay. Sorry, I don't know what to do. I'm really lost. I'm actually not sure what to... Because you have to take a cation, take an anion, then copy the list to some holding list without the ones you copied, and then okay, and then you take those and recombine, and then you combine them, which in this case would be like potassium and hydroxide, right? Because we did lead nitrate first. Then then you count the insolubility. So I guess if we just write down in words what we want to do, right? So you pick a cation, pick an anion, combine selected ions, copy cation and anion lists without selected ions. Then I guess just like set or we just say combine remaining ions and count. Sorry, this is count insoluble ions like that. So count insoluble ions, and then we repeat. Then reset. Cation and anion lists. So then we need to first make an exact copy of cation and anion lists like this. Okay, and we'll bring this down just a bit. So make an exact copy of the cation and anion lists. Then pick a cation, pick an anion, combine selected ions. Copy cation without, and then instead of combining remaining ions, because obviously we have to account for when we can't, like when there's a number of ions in the remaining list that are just like not a combinable amount. That is to say, not 2. So we need to basically repeat this, meaning instead of combine them, we need to combine the selected ions inside of I'm gonna put this in quotes. Combinations list. Then copy them without the selected ions. And we need to pick a cation and anion from new lists. That's too many S's. Lists like that. Then we need to do what? Pick a cation and anion from new lists. Count insoluble ions. Reset. Alright, okay. Then we combine selected ions inside. Oh, undo that. I don't know why you decided to override everything, but sure! Combine selected ions inside of combinations list. So, we'll just say that. Then, we'll say repeat until no cations or anions. Repeat until no cations or anions, then reset cation and anion lists. And okay, and then we'll change this to be pick X cation, pick Y, and there, change X by 1. Do the same thing for Y. But do you want to really? Maybe. That is the problem, is that that means we need to split this into at least 2. Get over eager, buddy. You don't need that much space, probably, hopefully. Okay, and then so change X by 1. Let's go inside of here. We can change Y by 1. Put that inside of here. Change change Y by 1. Make an exact copy. Take this like that, because all that actually, I guess just all of this. Undo that. Undo the cut. Fine, be a loser. Paste. We're gonna copy all of this. Boom. Okay, so you change X by 1, then you change Y by 1, pick the things, make an exact copy, combine, select ions, then maybe we don't need to I don't think we need to actually... Oh no. I'm trying to think. Because I'm trying to figure out... Because if we have 3, right? If we have a list... If we have lists 1, 2, 3. Lists 1, 2, 3 for our cations, and you pick 2, right? Then it's like you can either pick 1, 3 or 3, 1. So it's like, what do we do there? I think... Dang. Okay, maybe we can change it to... Instead of being, this plus this versus this plus this, right? We change that to be, I'm going to... I guess I can just... Sure, it'll be... The... I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Okay, we're gonna undo that. Don't try to combine those. Do make another square. Make another square! Dude, please. Please. Fine, you suck. Control D. Yes, it does duplicate that. Can you attach that one? Like that. There. Okay. And then this does then come down to all the possibilities, but it's like, you know. The problem is we may not... Okay, there's like basically 2 things I'm thinking of. One is where we basically make every possible like individual combination in terms of... We have this, which is like yes. Then we have this, which is no. Then we have... I already saved this, didn't I? Control... Oh no, wait. I don't know, man. Control D. Control D. Okay, move you up. You can basically just touch it. Like that. Perfect. Almost. Up. Okay. Then you have... this, which is no, and this, which is no. Right? So basically, you either list out all the possibilities and if they're soluble or insoluble, right? And then you pick the output with the most insoluble compounds, right? But then it's like, I don't know how. Because if there's more to it than just, is this soluble? Yes, put it in. If it is soluble, yes, put it in. Because it can be like, oh, well, maybe they reused the same compound. So it's just like, you know what I mean? So that sucks. Like, in this case, we could, like, with this, we have PBOH, we have yes. So we know that it's gonna have PBOH too, right? But we don't know which of these to take. Like, this reuses PB, this reuses nothing, this reuses OH. Obviously, that means that this is the option, but then it's like, okay, but how do we go about finding out whether these reuse anything? So, yeah. But then there's also the option of, like, pick an ion, like I can just say the first ion, right? Which in this case is obviously lead. Line that up in the middle. so in this case, you have lead, right? Then lead branches out to, or you have, I'm gonna delete this. There. So this branches out to, like, either, wait, give me a second. This branches out to either, I guess in this case, this one would branch out to only KNO3, like this. So I get this leads to PbOH2 plus KNO3, like that. And this one leads to PbNO3 plus KOH, like this. Which, I guess, yeah, that would be the case if there's 2. But if there's 3, then each of these has, like, 2 possibilities. So, like, it'd be, this branches out to this and some other possibility, right? And then this would just be 2 steps, so then this would branch out to the one other possibility, and this would branch out to the one other possibility, right? Because obviously there'd be only one compound left. But it would be like, if we go, let's see, you have I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna make a new, we'll just do text. You have 1, 2, 3. Then, and that's your cations. You also have 1, 2, 3 anions. So 1 branches out to 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, like that. And we'll just do this. Like that. And then each of these goes out to one. Wait. So wait, no, this wouldn't be, this would be, you'd start off with 1, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3. Then that would branch off into 1, 1, 2, 2. To extend this like that. We can also get rid of this one. Okay. That branches off into 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1. I don't think it's worth acknowledging the 1, 3 possibilities, because they'll eventually add up, right? You get rid of this. But I'm thinking, shrink this back down. From this, we go, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, and that's the only possibility because that's all that's left. Right. Then same thing from this. We can only go we can only go 1 1 2 3 3 2, and then from here we go. So I think that's the better option. We go through each of these. Yeah, we go through each of the first possibilities, right? All the possibilities with the first cation. Grab the insoluble ones, and then go through the possibilities of these. Grab the insoluble ones out of those, and then go with that output because that's the maximum amount of. Obviously, it's not necessarily true because if we have like 4 compounds as our products, right? This would require the first one has to be. I mean, so the first one has to be what do you call it? Soluble or insoluble, which means we may miss out, and obviously that's not very realistic. So I'm trying to figure out what else we can do. If we have like okay, it would be maybe if we scored each one at the end, then we would have to go through each branch. You have to go through each branch, but in the end we would end up with something like 3 0 whatnot, right? Like we end up with a score of the number of soluble compounds in each thing, and then we choose the branch with the most. So we go through each one, figure out which ones are insoluble, and that should be easy because now we've got a list of an anion, and a cation, and guess what we have? A grid of anions and cations telling us which ones are insoluble, which are zeros. All the great ones. So I think that's what we're thinking. I think that's what we have to do. So now we just gotta figure out what's the logic behind that in terms of what are we gonna do. First of all, how do we store all the possibilities? I think what we do, we have to go through each one individually, right? So we start at 1 1, then we go 1 1 2 2, 1 1 2 3, then from there we go, and then we score it. In this case we got a 3, right? Then we go back, and technically we know we would always have to go back 2 first, right? We want to go back 2 first. So then we got to keep track of what step we're on, so we know that if the step we're on is equal to the number of compounds we have, like as our input or something, right? So we know we have 3 compounds. So if we got 3 compounds, so if I'm on step 3, then instead of going back down to 2, we go down to 1. We go back 2, right? And then we go from there, slightly different, and then we go through each branch and possibility, score it, and then that's it. And we wouldn't necessarily have to keep track of each of the branches score if we just kept track of whether they were higher or lower than the last one, right? So it'd be like, this would get a score of 3, right? And then this would get a score of lower. And then if we were to, alright, say this gets a score of 2, right? Score of 2, this gets a score of lower, so it's either 1 or 0, it doesn't matter, the point is that it's lower. So then we go here, through this path, whatever it is, right? And we end up with a score of higher, like that. We end up with a score of higher, meaning it's upward. And this is more than this is the branch we want to keep track of. The only reason we kept the number here is that that's important, although I guess we do want to update. Since this is higher, we're going to update it to that one, which is 3, right? So that's what we get. So we go through each branch. If it's lower, ignore it. If it's higher, then take that number and that thing. Take the number and the combination, which is just going to be a list. So then that means we need 2 scores. One is the hold, right? The one that we're currently on, and then one is the stay, which is the one that the final result. Literally the final result, the highest result, right? The one we are comparing our hold to. And I think that's it. I think that's it. So we need a list for the combination that we're checking, a list for the currently least soluble combination, and then a scoreboard for the number of insoluble things in that combination. I think that's it. Okay. So then we need change Okay, so yeah, we do, for this, we want to change x by 1. Right? Like, we set x, or I guess what we would do, we'll move this out more. Just a bit, so it's not, like, over this. Like that. Then, so the first thing we do is, like, set x to 0. And this is just easier to do in command, so we'll just say, like, scoreboard, players, @s, cat, or, yeah, cat. And we may as well just say cat, it really doesn't save anyone any time. So, score players, set 0, do the same thing for anion. Oh my god, why you insist on making my life miserable? For why? Okay. Copy. Paste. Then set this to anion, like this. So scoreboard players @s. Oh wait, no. Scoreboard players set @s anion 0. I don't know where that went, but like sure. Scoreboard players set @s anion 0 and anion 0, and then should we store this per beaker or per focus? I think we might want to save this one to beaker rather than focus. Just so that, yeah. So then we need to go here. Combinations. Inside of combinations, we're actually going to change combinations to be curly brackets. And it's going to be we'll call it just the stay and the check. right? So it's the one we're checking and the one that's staying. Literally verbatim. Okay. There. So we have combinations dot check. And we didn't do anything with combinations before, right? I don't think so, so I think we're good. So we want to I think we should be fine. I think we should be fine. Then we want to, I guess, just function. Yeah, we'll function. Sorry, I'm gonna label this as recombine. .mc function. Like that. I think they can have capitals. Recombine.mc function. And then so this is gonna be function recombine slash I don't know, branch dot mc function. Then this will we don't need to change y by 1 anymore. We need to I guess we need to do data modify do we want how do we I guess we do need to do this with focus, yeah, because the point of focus is mainly because we need to use UUIDs for this, so that's fine. Okay, data modify data modify what? I forgot. Okay. What am I doing? I'm setting the items. Okay. Data modify data modify storage. That's what it is. Storage. Kim beakers. This. We'll just copy this. Data modify storage. Kim beakers ID. Work.ions. So no, it's not ions. It's combinations. Combinations dot stay no combinations dot dang, how do we want to do this? Because we need to, I guess we can just set it up before, because this is the initial one. So before we actually run this, we want to set combinations dot no, because we need to be able to okay. So in this case we're wanting item 1 cation and item 1 of anion, and we want to append them into the same list inside of combinations dot something. I would assume check. Combinations dot check. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, combinations dot, we're gonna go combinations, state check, and we're gonna say, compound, just so I have somewhere to somewhere to combine the things, there we go, so somewhere to combine two, ions, before we put them into stay or check. So we're gonna say dot, and that doesn't mean we no longer need to do it here, but I'm gonna type it up here real quick. Compound, data modify that, I'm gonna say append from what do we want to do here? It'd be this append from work dot. Ooh, we need some place to store these numbers. Like, we need to put these into focus. So we need to data. Matter of fact, this. Copy, paste, Kim Beaker focus dot ID. So then it'll be focus dot we'll say combination, focus dot combination dot, because this doesn't need to exist, we can just add as much as we want to this as long as we don't override stuff. So focus dot combination dot cation, get as cation, and we do the same thing for anion, and anion, like that. Cool. Then I think that works. Nations that compound. I guess we do want to do that. So then this. Okay, and then we want to grab this. Take that out just for the sake of not confusing me. Then we go here, paste. So modify Kim Beakers from. Yeah, this is lengthy, so we're gonna scooch that over. Put an enter there. Okay. So data modify Kim Beaker because ID. Work.combinations.compound. Append. And I'm wondering. No, it's fine, it's fine. I was wondering if we could get, like, if we could combine two things, but I don't know if we can, and it's not worth it, because it's too easy to do not that, instead of figuring out if I can. So, append from Beaker's ID, from, I mean, I guess it would be dot combinations dot oh no, it'd be work dot ions, or no, work dot cations $sign cation. And I'm thinking that might need to be this, undo, 268, there we go, okay, cool. Then, happen, work dot, anions, anion, and that should be singular. No, it's not. Like that. There we go. So then you combine the two, and then my question is if okay, now we need to put these into a list, which actually I guess we should be able to do just by copying the work the combination dot compound instead of getting a specific item from compound, it'll do the entire list. So I think that works. So then we combine those two. So we combine those two and then put them into combination. So we need to actually, before this, we need to because we are I guess no, because we don't. Do we need to number them? Because we're no longer keeping track of combinations in a list, we're keeping track of them as a list, as a single list of things. So I'm gonna actually say, we're just gonna say, scoreboard, players set as, or not set, add as step 1, like that. So it'll just like keep track of what step it's on. This is step 1, this is step 2, this is step 3. So then in this case, like with this example, we're only gonna go to step 2. So then this combines those, and then we need to put them as item 1 as a list. Okay, so we need to copy this, paste it, data, modify, work.combinations.check. Also, we should say scoreboard add as undo. Stop deleting things, bro. Set as solubility 0. Sure, yeah. Like that, because that's gonna be like how we keep track of the solubility of what is in the stay. So it's set at 0 by default, so that we don't have to worry about, oh, but there's no value for it yet because there's nothing in the stay, you know what I mean? So this combinations dot check from work dot combinations dot compound. Okay, and then I think that's it. So this will grab the anions determined by these two values, and then, it'll grab the cation and anion determined from those two values, and then it will sorry, I just need to I forgot what I was doing, honestly. That just threw me off. Singing. I don't know why I did that anyway. So, we undo. We go here, extend this. So now we need to. So now that we combined those, now we just need to go to the next step. We need to go to the next step. So we need to... Right, because this is no longer accurate. This idea is no longer accurate. We need... So we've done this. We formulated 1, 1. Now we need to go to the next step where we can get 2, 2. Which means we need to... Okay, add 1 to solubility, or not solubility, add 1 to add anion 1, then execute if I think this one right here, I'm just gonna copy this whole thing like that, there, execute this, and we may as well take this, cut that, and do this so that we only increase anion if we are still inside. There. So then do this. So if, and we undo that, we need to change this to be if, here we go, this beakers work because I do work. Sorry, I'm just lost. Okay, and then this. So if work anions, meaning if anions does in fact have an item, in this case 1, which obviously starts at 0, so that means that it has 2 anions inside of it, which it should. Then that's what that's what we're looking at. If it does, then you add 1. Then if it does, then you, I guess you would just loop this again, right? Or I guess no. It would just be because we're doing this, both that anion and that cation are used up. Meaning, if the anion and cation are used up, and we're assuming anion to be equals a cation because we're combining 2 ions, meaning both needed to have an anion and a cation. So, if anion has cation, like we're still within anion, you add 1 to anion, right? Then you do the same with cation, like that. So we've gone from 1, 1 to 2, 2. And now we need to... I guess then now we copy this. Boom. Go here. This. Copy. Go here. Boom. With 3. Is that with Kim Beaker's focus? Did I do that? Kim Beaker. focus, like that. Then, so now we've got that. So this will loop itself until we go over, and that means we do want to only do these if we're not over, because obviously in the case that we're over, we won't know until this bottom part right here, and we have to do that last, because obviously we want to do everything. We'll start doing everything over again. So we need to zoom out quite a lot and extend this. I do think that's everything. Cool. So, there we go. We do want to put a run here. Run. Run. And run. Like that. Cool. And so that'll step through each one, and that'll get us to our first possibility. In this case, that'll get us to a 1, 1, 2, 2. Now we need to go back one. Which I get this visual is confusing because currently we're only on 1, 1, 3. So we need to shorten this to 1, 1, 1, 2. And we can get rid of this and this. Stop being a loser. Boo, 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 like that. Like this. So we go here, and that's 1, 1, 2, 2. We can get rid of these because they're not important anymore. Delete. 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 There, bring this back. May as well, in this one, go 1, 2, 2, 1, like this. And we bring that down to be this. This, you're not supposed to be in the middle, you're supposed to be here. You good little guy. Good little stinko, baby. Okay, like that. Boom. Come on. There you go. Okay. So now we need to go back to. So we loop this once, and it'll get us to the end of the branch. But after, so this will get us from 1, 1, or it'll get us to 1, 1, 2, 2. Now we need to go back and change. So we need to go back 2 steps, right? Okay. I got you. So this will, what is this supposed to be called? This is supposed to be called branch. Yes. Undo that. Change. Go here. Call this recombine / branch.mc function. Like this. Boom. Okay. And then we're gonna go here. Yes, you can be annoying. No, you're gonna be annoying. You'll be annoying over there. Cool. So, this is proper name. So now we need. So now it's doing this. This will bring us down a branch. If we start at 0, 0. It'll get us to 1, 1, 2, 2. Because technically, okay, we need to change these to be 0, 0, and 0, 0, 1, 1. Because lists go from 0 to 1, not 1 to 2, which is why this can look confusing. If we say 0, 1, then this becomes 0, 1, 1, 0, like that, right? So, we can actually bring this down. There we go. Okay, cool. So, now we have 0, 0. So we start at 0, 0, then we run the branch, and that branch will bring us to 0, 0, 1, 1. Now we need to restart, change anion by 1, and then it'll go down the branch again, bringing us to 0, 0, or 0, 1, 1, 0. Only thing is, we need to add a loop. We need to add a loop. Yeah, we need to add a loop because, because if we are at 0, 1, this won't go 0, 1, 1, 0. It'll go 0, 1, 1, 2 because it's adding 1, right? Like it's plus 1 plus 1. That 0 plus 1 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1, 2. But 2 should end up being 0. So we need it to go back somehow. We need to wrap around. But the issue with that is that if we go back, so then maybe, I don't know, because I'm trying to think. Does it matter if it depends on anion or cation? If it's cation, then we go 0, 0. You know, I'm just gonna assume that it doesn't. I have no problem with that. And if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, and I can fix it. Cation. And cation. Cation, because cation is the thing that we're not looping through. We always start at the beginning and reach the end, right? We start at 0, go to 1. If there were 3, then we would start at 0, go to 1, then go to 2. Right? So it makes more sense to do cation. That way, we don't... So then, yes. And then we need... this, we need boom, 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 boom. There we go. So we need this. If... We're gonna say unless... data storage, this, and this should be anion combination.anion. So basically, unless there is an item anion of the list of anions, and anion is a variable, obviously. So in this case, if anion is 2, so unless there is an item 2 of the list of anions, which there isn't, there's only a 0 and a 1, then set scoreboard players set as anion 0, like that. So that'll loop anion around it. Since it's now dependent on cation, that poses no issue. So with that, we should be good. Now we just need to do the going back thing. So what going back means is... What does going back mean? What does going back mean? Sorry, I'm lost. Okay, I got lost in the fact that I said that. Okay. So, we need to... Going back means going to 0, 1. So, 0, 1. You know, this first thing is going to be 0. And this next thing is going to be 1. But, that's only for 2. Because if there are 3, then we go, well, I guess I mean, we do 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, like that. And we can get rid of this. 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 2, and 0, 0, 1, 1. Sorry. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1 turns into 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, and into and 0, 0, 1, 2 turns into 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 2, 1. Like this. Like that. Okay. So, we need to go, in the case of this will get us to 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2. Then we need to go back. Well, okay, it's because of this one arrow. Because these are not the same. These are not the same at all. This goes into this. We need to add a space there. This goes into, also add a space there. That goes into that, like that, right? And this goes into this, right? So we can either go into 0, you can either go into 0, 0, 1, 1 or 0, 0, 1, 2, meaning we need to go back to 0, 0 from this, right? We need to go back to. So that means we need. So what does going back entail? It means getting rid of these 2 items. Right, getting rid of those 2. That is to say, only keeping this 1. And then adding 1 to the anion. Except no. Because that's what we're doing here. So if we go back 1 and add 1 to the anion, does that work? If we say, for example, there's 3, so obviously this should be 0, with that also. But if we say 0, 3, right, so now this can be 0, 0, 1, 2, it can also be 0, 0, 1, 3, like that. Here, like that. Right? Bring this up a bit, like that. There. This can go into the 0, 0, 1, 3, which obviously gives us 0, 1, 2, 3, 3. Back up. This is 1, 1, 2, 2. Okay, wait, so this goes into 1, 1. This can either be 1, 1, 2, 2, or it can be 2, 3. Like that. Yeah, and then we move this to be here. Move this up a bit. from there, they can go to there we go, got it. Cool. So now, in this case, you go back one, and then you change, you go back one, and you add one to the anion. Go back one, add one to the last anion, and then go forward to figure out what that would be, and then the solubility of that. I'm just gonna move this up like a switch, just so I have room. So now I can control D. Put this down here. Sure, grab this, get that out of here. Then move this. Increase the space between these. Boom, like. Come on. Stop being a loser. Boom, like that. Cool. Then this goes into these and these. That becomes 1 1 or 1 2 2 3 or 2 1, and then it's 2 3 3 2 like this. Oh wait, that's 1 1 2 2 3 3 1 or 1 2 2 1 3 2 or 3 3 like that. So if you're here, you go back one, add one, it wraps over. I forgot the word for that. I forgot what the word for that. Did my phone fall? My phone is somewhere and I can't get. Oh, there it is. Okay. So then, yeah, you go back one, change the last anion, and then once you reach the end of this, which, how do you figure out what it is? I mean, I guess it's the number squared? No, because this is so much better. It's stinking. Hold on, I'm gonna put it in the top. You have the first one can be 4 things, and the second one can be 3 things, so it's just 4 factorial, which is 24. So there are 24 possibilities. Huh. 24 possibilities. There you go. Technically speaking, well, no, because with this is all we can get from these two, right? Like, we go here, we go back one, add one, forward, right? So back, add forward. Then we compare it to this one. Then now we need to know that we're at the end of this list. And then we need to go back. We need to go back, add, forward, whatever the heck, right? So that means we need to, and we can track going forward however many times by the number of ions. But we need to know when we need to go back how many times, which I guess we can do by keeping track of the number of possibilities. So for the first step, that is equal to the number of compounds. So yeah, the first step is equal to the number of compounds, then it's that minus 1, then it's that minus 1, then it's that minus 1. So whenever that equals 0, so it's 4, 3, 2, 1. So whenever that equals 1, then we go back, add, then go forward, and then so going forward has to be part of the day, okay? Because we need to know. Okay, so I'm thinking we can have a thing to check if we have gone forward. So that, because when we get here, right, it was 4, 3, 2. It was 4, 3, 2, 1. We're on item 1. There's one possibility. So we go back, down. Now we're on item 2. There's 2 possibilities. So that would tell us to go back, but we're going to go forward to check this one. So we need to have another thing to be like, hey, have we checked this yet? If not, then do that, and then so then we go back if we check this and the number of possibilities. Technically speaking, we can ignore that. Like we go forward if we haven't, and then we go backwards. So then we need a new score called checked and a score called branches, I'll just call it. So scoreboard. So this is us going forward, right? Yes, it goes from where we are, we go forward, like all the possibilities, right? So we'll start at 0, then we go 0. We start 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. 0, 1, 2, 2, that way. So it'll go all the way up here. Then we need to go back, change this, then do this function again. So then that will send us here, right? And then once we check this, we go back. Then we realize we go back again, change it, and then we do this again. That'll send us here, here. Do that, and that's the loop we're doing. So we need to. So after this, I wonder. No, because the so okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep adding functions underneath this, and then we're gonna cut all of it out and put it into its own function. So we have one function that'll go through this entire thing, because it'll be one function. It'll run this, right? Then it'll go back, change that, run this, go back again, change that, run it, go back, do that, and it'll go through all the different possibilities. And usually, that'll just mean it'll go forward, back, down, forward, and then choose a thing. Because most of the time, we're probably just going to have 2 reactants, 2 or 3, which obviously that would just mean 3 steps forward, 1 back, 3 back, you know what I mean? Anyway, so if This is not where I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be here. So it'll run that to go forward. Then we need to... So that's steps. This keeps track of steps. So before we do this, we need to execute store result, and the number of possibilities is equal to the length of the cations, meaning execute store result score as what should we say, paths. I think I said branch, actually. I'm just gonna call it paths, because I like paths better. Paths, store result paths 1, right? Because there is a multiple when you do store result scores or whatever. Store result score as reactions run. Okay, so no, you don't need to. Assuming that's right. So store result score as paths. Run paths. I'm gonna put that as lowercase p because it just is uncomfortable. I don't know why. So we run. What do we run? Oh no. Execute store result score as paths run, and I'm gonna end this at 6:30. Not the stream, but this thing, because I went on for too long. I forgot to put a timer up so I could limit how long I'm on this. I'm pretty sure I've been on this for like 2 hours. So, execute store result score as paths run. And we're okay to run, do focus, because this is all gonna be in a function, so it can all be in focus, or with focus, or whatever the heck. So, run, just gonna... You need to change those to be with... What am I doing? Storage. We're just gonna do this. Copy. Go here. Run. Data. I want to say data get. I don't remember. Is it data get or data something get? Data get. Okay, data get storage. This Kim Beaker. Beakers as that cation, that, like that, so that'll just give us the length of work.cations, the number of cations, therefore the number of paths starting at 0. So if you've got 2 cations, you've got 2 possibilities, then you go in, and oh, that's only 1, so you gotta go back, and then you gotta go down, and then you gotta go forward, and that's only 1, and then you go back, and you're like, whoa, we're already there, so then we're done, and then that's it. That made me dizzy because you didn't see it, but my head was like shaking all goofy. Alright, so execute store result score as paths run gobbledygook. Paths run data get storage. Yeah, so that sets us the paths. Then we need to so, okay, yeah, that's its paths, and then we need to, in function, every time we go through, every step, I might just get rid of if step because it doesn't do anything with how we're doing it now, but it's like maybe it does and I just forgot, so I'm gonna keep it now. For now, remove paths 1 there. And then we need to shoot. So it does this. So this removes paths 1. Right? What is this? What is this? There's something. Is this a part of my computer? I'm sure this is not a good sign, because that doesn't go on my phone. Shoot. There's a mysterious part of my computer that I found laying on my keyboard, and I know that this thing is crumbling to pieces actively right in front of me, but I didn't think it was that bad. Shoot. And it's broken, so it's not like I can screw it back in. Shoot. Well, I'll fix that when it comes to it. Well, I won't, actually. I'll just figure out what it is. Hopefully, maybe. I honestly might just leave it alone, because I can't do anything about it, so I might just cause more damage trying to get to it. So, scoreboard players remove as paths 1. So now, this will get us to 1-1. So after we run this, we need to, so after it runs this, okay, we'll have it remove paths after it does everything. So this is just gonna go here. Then, sorry, give me a second. Okay. Then, so wait, move paths 1. Then before that, it's going to do, execute, that's not how you spell that, execute, if 5 more minutes until we go do something else. Jesus. Execute if paths equals 1, which it should be, because it would go 2, then minus 1, so it is 1. Like, it's not gonna go down to 0 ever. So I think we're good in that regard. Sorry, let me reposition myself. Okay, so I think we're good in that regard. So it's like if, oh, that's not, if score as paths matches 1, then if score as path 1, run okay, run scoreboard players, that's how you spell that. Board players set as checked to 1. And before we do this, set check to 0. Scoreboard players set as checked 0. Like that. That's chest. checked like that. There. And then, so then, after this we execute so it'll go through that. Then we need to go back. So we go back and then set check to 0. And then no, we can't set check to 0 in the same thing that we go back. So when do we set checked to 1? If we go, so we go inside of here, set check to 1. Then we go back out and down. Set check to 0. Wait. So we go back out and down. So then that means we... Give me a second. So, we go all the way here, right? And then once we've reached here, we set check to 0. Then, we... So, okay, we start here, set check to 0. Go here, set check to 1. Go back, which is to, yeah, we go back, so we get rid of this, and then change this by 1, and then we go forward, and then, but how do we go forward? We go forward, because when we do this, checked is 0. Checked is 1 when we go forward. So then we go back, down, and then set check to 0. And then go forward. Check to set to that. Then we go back. Now they're equal. Okay, so then we need to do, this is just, we're just gonna say execute. If score sorry, hold on. If score at S paths equals at S step? No, because that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. So no. So paths. Oh wait, no. These aren't connected to each one. It's basically here, down, go back instead of going all the way back. So we need to do. How do we get step? How do we check how many paths there are supposed to be? What number? Is it the number that is it no. Because step every time everything step, so this is step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Go depth to 0, or not to 0, but -1. Remove as depth 1. There we go. Well, it's 6:32, so I'll figure this out later. No, okay, how? Does it just auto-save or what? I think it auto-saves. Alright, what's next on the list? We're free. We're finally free. Get rid of this. Neural network that I made on Scratch out of boredom. Okay. This. Scratch. This one. So here's the deal. We need to do back propagation for this because if I go to variables, hide all this, get off be good really quick. Right, we can generate a brain with this. That brain will be incapable of learning. It will never be educated because it does not have back propagation, which is how it learns. It basically, from its output, it gets, you tell it if that was the correct output or not, and from that, it's like, okay, like if it is, then it strengthens the weights that made it, or it strengthens the connections that made it give that output so that it's more polarized, and it weakens the ones that didn't, again, so it's more polarized. And then if it's not, it weakens and strengthens the outputs, like I said before, but like backwards, you know what I mean? So it weakens outputs that gave that output. It weakens the connections that gave that output, strengthens the connections that didn't. So it's more likely to do something else next time. And obviously, that comes with the issue of like, okay, but you have to manually give it the correct answer every time? No! Because what you can do is score it, and then tell it if that was the correct or incorrect output depending on the change in its score. So like say it had a score of 100 in one turn, and then it does something that increases its score to 105. Well, now you're like, wow, that's really good. So you could, correct it in proportion to the score. You know what I mean? Like, what's it called? If it is with a score of 5, like, okay, that's really good. So very much strengthen the outputs that gave the connections that gave that output, and very much weaken the ones that didn't. So you can be like do that more often. So if you can see here, if I do this, this, and this, it draws a little neural network. Obviously, this just has 2 layers with 1 neuron in each inner layer and 1 input, 1 output. But if I'm cooler and say like, we'll keep 2 layers with 10 per layer and 5 inputs, 3 outputs, like this. So then you do this, this, and there you go. It made the brain. You can see these, each of these are actual connections, right? So like obviously if they're red or green, they're positive, and then their transparency tells you if they are, let's do that again. There you go. Their transparency tells you how strong those connections are, and you can see each of those in these lists right here. Like we can see the output weights right there, which I have to say, I'm not sure what's up with this, but I'm pretty sure this is wrong in terms of, like, that's the wrong weights, because how the weights are stored are hexadecimal binary pairs. let's see. Yeah, they're hexadecimal binary pairs. The binary number in the front determines if it's positive or negative. 1 means negative, 0 means positive. And then the hexadecimal number is between 0 and A, which is 10. So it's 0 and A to make a value between 0 and 1, because we'll divide it by 10. So it's like 0 is 0, 1 is 0.1, and so on until you get to A, which is 1.0. It's 10 divided by 10. Yeah, and so that's how each of the weights are stored. And then, if this number is a 0, it makes the connection green. If it's a 1, it makes it red. And then it sets the transparency based on the number next, the hexadecimal next to it. Yeah, I don't know why this is wrong. I'll figure that out later, because it works for this one, it seems. Yeah, because you get your first connection here, which is full-on green, then your next one, which is 60% red, and that works, and that's going all the way through until the final two, which you can hardly even see. If I zoom in, you might be able to, these two right here, which are both negative 0.1, so you can see they are slightly red, and they are barely visible, right? But then I guess it just doesn't do the rest of them, so I don't know, I'll fix that later. It's less important because this doesn't actually affect the ability of the neural network to work, you know? So it's just like visually showing you like what the neural network looks like. This over here is the backpropagation. I've divided the backpropagation into 2 stages: collection and population. So collection will determine what the neural network wants to do to this specific layer of wires, this final layer of weights, and then this final inner layer of what's it called? Neurons. And obviously you can't change these directly, but that tells you how to change these weights and then how to change these weights, right? And also the biases inside of these, because they do have biases. If you see these biases, each of these, the output neurons is each one. I did the inner layers different. Basically, if you see the inner layer biases, it's this. Basically, each layer is one item in this list, and then each neuron is 2 characters in each item. So then so then I'm able to have a bonkers of I don't know the right word for it, a variable number of layers with a variable number of neurons in each layer. Because I hate hard coding the size of stuff that's supposed to be like experimenting with. Because how is it even experimenting if I can only do the one thing? So I've found a way to get it expandable. These are their biases. Their weights is a much longer list because each neuron has one weight for each previous neuron. So you can see this is like bonkers. If I click it, it'll list out the entire thing for you. This is the first layer, and it's much shorter than the second one because it only has weights to these 5 neurons. It's these guys' weights to these 5 neurons. And you can obviously tell that means the number of weights is 5 times 10. So you've got 50, and then times 2 because you've got the 2 digits, right? So you've got 100 characters here, 50 weights. And then in this one, becomes 10 times 10 times 2 in terms of characters. So then that's 100 weights here, 200 characters. So, you know, it's a lot, but it's cool. I love this. It's awesome. But we need it to be able to do backpropagation, which means that it can determine, like, how to change the neural network based on whether its output was good or bad. And currently we are down here calculating the changes to make to the neurons. These neurons. We already got the weights. I already did that. That was easy. It's just derivatives. there's a 3 blue 1 brown video for anyone who wants to, you know, how do you say it? Watch it? If you want to learn, like, how it works. You do, I mean, if you want to, I'll put it in the comments after, I don't know if I can put it in the chat, I'm not sure, I don't know, but either way, you can go on YouTube, look up 3 blue 1 brown neural network playlist, and it's got a playlist on how neural networks work. It goes over, like, the fundamentals, the theoretic, and then it goes over the actual math behind that, like, so he explains what's going on, and then the math behind what is going on. And it's really good, and it's awesome. And so from that, I'm making this. I need back propagation, so I need to change this. I need, what am I doing? It's these stinkers. I'm trying, okay, where am I at right now? What is this? I do think this is supposed to be the weight. This is 0. Oh, yeah. This is probably figuring, like, calculating the weight, because the weight is 2 parts. A binary number and a, what's W? What's the value of W right now? W is 10. So, round 10. Yeah, no, I probably should have stopped, because I have no clue what's going on right now. Okay, I don't know where I am currently. Oh, I think these are what I actually care about, not those big, stupid things over there. This is 0.6, which should be the value of the weight. Like, I can go into, the output weights, and we can see the, let's see, this is output weights, 0.6, and that, I'm not sure which one it's supposed to be, 0.6. I don't know, okay, let's do, what is this? This gives me a 1. Item. Wait. So it's item W plus item output number of output weights. So this is the final, okay, this is the, output number, oh right, because output number is a variable, so that depends on, that's which output we're looking at, the weights too. So like, this guy has 10 weights, this guy has 10 weights, this guy has 10 weights. So it's like, whose weights are we looking at? Currently, it looks like we're looking at this guy's weights, and this is, and the number weight we're looking at is 10, so we've got this here, 0, 6, which, yeah, that adds up, because we've got 0, which is 1, so it's positive, it's 0.6, so that's that works, so it checks out. And then we've got this, which is 0.4, I need to check output, okay, so this is, okay, so this is, I'm gonna start speaking in gobbledygook because I don't know how else to say this, but this is the derivative of the cost with respect to the value of the output, which in this case is 2 times the output minus the desired output, because cost is equal to the output minus the desired output squared, and the derivative of something that is squared is just 2 times that something, or not 2 times, it's that exponent times, I don't know how to explain this better. Okay, like, say we have, just x squared, right? The derivative of x squared is 2x, and the derivative, so that's what you're doing is you move this number to the front and then subtract 1. So it's, if this was cubed, you would have 3x to the 2, because you moved the 3 to the front and then you took 1 away from the exponent, like that. Right? That's the derivative of 3 cubed. And so, or x cubed. So, with that, our thing, the cost, which I'll call C, yeah, I'll call it C, was equal to the output, which I will call A, minus the desired output, which is Y, squared. So it was this difference squared. So the derivative of cost with respect to A is equal to 2A minus Y. And I should clarify, with respect to A, basically just means, imagine that this was X. If this were to be a line, right? If you were to have this be a line, in this case it would be a parabola because it's squared, right? If this were to be a line, what is A being multiplied by, right? And that, in this case, turns out to be 2 times A minus Y. And so that's all that is. Like, if you were to say, like, Y equals mx plus b, classic line. The derivative of y with respect to x is m, because x is being multiplied by m. And likewise, the derivative of y with respect to m is x. And you can probably guess from that, the derivative of y with respect to b is 1, because b is only being multiplied by 1. That is to say nothing. There is nothing being multiplied by b, so it's only b times 1, which is b, right? So that's all the derivative is. So that's all we're doing here. We need the derivative of the cost with respect to the value of this neuron, which is 0.4, because it's 2 times the difference between this and the desired output, which in this case, I'm pretty sure is 1. Like, the desired output is 1, because 1 is the maximum that this neuron can be activated. Like, any neuron can be any value between 0 and 1. And in this case, we've decided that the correct output was chosen, right? Because you can see this is the most activated neuron, so this is the output that it would have gone with. So in that sense, it would be the what's it called? Sorry. Okay, so in that sense, that would have what? I forgot what I was saying. This was the output that was chosen, so and we decided that was the correct output. So we want this to be as activated as possible, and these to be as deactivated as possible, so that whenever we're given an input like this, it will produce an output like this, except these will be entirely blackened out like these ones, which means it's at 0, and this will be entirely whited out like this one, which means it's at 1. Speaking of which, that's a weird looking input. Is the draw thing just like screwed right now? Let's look at the input. No, they're legitimately just that goofy. And I should clarify, this is upside down. It writes it bottom to top, or it draws it bottom to top and reads the list top to bottom. So this neuron is this neuron, these 3 are these 3, and this is this. So you can see, like, this is half powered, this is almost full powered. It's only like 10% away. So, and that input is randomly generated, so that's some crazy craze. Anyway, then we need the derivative of this value with respect to the weighted sum of all of these, that being the value of all of these times the value of the weights that they're connected to, right? And then that all is put into a nonlinear function, which is, hold on, I can even, maybe, no, I think I got rid of that, because I wrote it down, I didn't need to. Okay, so basically, all of these numbers, all the values of these are multiplied by the weights that connect them to this norm. And then you add all of those, you add all of it up, right? And then you put it into a nonlinear function that puts it in a value between 0 and 1. In this case, I chose a sigmoid function, which I can show you what that looks like. It literally just takes any value of x and turns it into a value between 0 and 1. It's 1 over 1 plus e to the negative x. And that's all, this is all it looks like, right? So it takes any value of x and turns it into a value between 0 and 1. Okay, so we can see, this is 1 and this is 0. That's all it does, right? So I put it into this, and so I needed the derivative of this weighted sum. That means, you know, weighted sum, all the things are weighted and you sum it up, so the derivative of this with respect to that. And that means I'm gonna, which means I just need the derivative of a sigmoid, because it's a non-linear function. It's nothing is being multiplied by anything, it's being put into a function, which in this case, Google says that the derivative of a sigmoid function is just the sigmoid function minus or times 1 minus the sigmoid function. So if I did like this times 1 minus this, that gives you the derivative. If I put that to x1, right? And then multiply that by, and so I say like, alright, we'll just say this is, I'll call it d just because derivative. So d equals that, right? So it'd be dx1 x, or dx, I don't know. Dx times x1. I don't know how to frick. Oh, that's why I need to change these to be x1, so that they're a singular thing, and then we set that to dx, like that. So as I change x, that changes. I can maybe do plus x1. I'm gonna change this to d of x1, like that. So d of x1, x, what do you want from me? Right, that's d of x equals x, that. So d of x1 times x, that gives you the same number again. Then you add plus x1, or plus, I don't know, plus d of x1. I forget, I always forget, like, how to make this look like it, like, is a thing. Plus x minus that. Yeah, I got no clue. Either way, the point is, at x, at any point, it'll give you the derivative of the sigmoid. I don't know, that's not important. Either way, this, and this. Then you multiply all these numbers together to get the value that this should be, or at least that should be the case. But and I'm pretty sure, okay, and then I'm pretty sure you multiply it by a learning rate, right? And I think it's a negative of that learning rate if we change this into a multiply. Actually, we can just duplicate this. And then change that into a minus. So it's 0 minus this, so it's the negative of the learning rate, which I set the learning rate to 0.37. This is just how fast the neural network learns. You can't put it too high or else it overcorrects for everything you tell it to do. And you can't put it too low or else it takes way too long to learn anything. So it's like you just find a number in between. I picked this number arbitrarily because, of course, this neural network isn't doing anything. You know what I mean? It isn't, this neural network isn't doing anything. It's just randomly generated inputs, making outputs, you know what I mean? So, this brain, although it will be capable of learning, it will have nothing to learn, and thus there is no optimal learning rate for this thing. For that, you're supposed to copy-paste this into some other project, and then that is, what do you call it? You copy-paste it into some other project, and that's where it's able to learn. You put it into that, change whatever you need to change. For example, you set the inputs to be actual, like, values and not randomly generated numbers, and you set the outputs to do actual things besides making circles brighter, and then, you know, your brain works. It takes an input, produces an output. It takes an input from its environment and produces an output that actually does something, and it can learn based on however you choose to make it learn. So let's do negative learning rate times these. So we gotta put all of this inside of this so that it will, because what this does, multiplies them all, then it multiplies them all together, then it multiplies that value by 10, and then rounds the number. So basically, it cuts off everything past the 10th decimal digit, or 10th decimal number, or 10th place. Yes, everything past the 10th place, and then it divides it back by 10 to turn it back into a decimal, so that you only have one digit. Because if I multiply them together, you'll end up with, like, because you can see how long this is. You know what I mean? And in this case, this, like, if you multiply this by 10, that would turn into 1.6, then you round it, that would turn it into 2, and then you divide it back by 10, so it turns into 0.2. And so now you've rounded that, you know what I mean? It's so cool. And so now you multiply all of those numbers together. That into... In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this out so that I don't screw anything up with that. Put this into here. Put this into here. And then... Gotta move back. I don't want to accidentally put it somewhere. Oh. I think that's good. I think we're good. I think we're safe. Boom. Stop copying stuff at the... Ah! Okay, then you put this here. So now you multiply all those together, and you get this goofy number, right? 0.038 blah blah blah. And then... Which, pause, take this. Why is that 0.4? Give me a second. Because this is output equals Trojan output. Is this true? No, it is not. So this is positive. And I will clarify, this number does not represent what value you want the neuron to be. You want this represents how much you want the neuron to change, or what number you want that neuron to change by. So, this, okay, we're good. Beep, beep. Okay. stop. I right click by instinct because block bench. Okay. Move this into here. And now you click it, you can see you get a 0. Because it was 0.03, right? So it all adds up to 0. And then you multiply that by the learning rate. I gotta figure out how the heck. Okay, we're gonna take this out and move this in. Then you move this in. Like that. And now you click it. And now you've got 0, because it's still 0. 0 times anything is 0. But if it were an actual number, that number would now be this. Because normally, basically, you need to invert it. Because before, it said 0.03 something something. And in this case, it wants that... I'm pretty sure it wants the neuron to decrease. I'm not sure what, output number of 1. And what is the chosen output? Okay, the chosen output is 1. And that does not technically represent this. Yeah, that does not represent this frame, because this was calculated for that previous frame you saw the first time, where it was just 1 neuron in each layer. So you can see chosen output is 1, meaning it wants every neuron that isn't 1 to decrease, but it produced a positive number, which would have made that neuron increase. So you have to invert it. So you multiply it by the negative of the learning rate, because, you know, change it by multiply by the learning rate to scale it up or down, down, scale it down. I guess up or down, sometimes you want it to be up, I don't know. But to scale it up or down, so that, you know, like it's saying, hey, change by this rate, and then you would make it negative, but you may as well just multiply it by negative, learning rate, because it does the exact same thing. I love multiplication. Anyway, so this tells me how much I want to change that, and then it should be this, and this is boom, big number. So what this should do, this will go for each 10 of these neurons, and it will tell you how much you want to change them in a 10-item list, because normally, like before, we stored each of the layers in one item, because obviously you could have multiple layers with multiple neurons. So if we try to put that in, it would just be a lot more complicated if we tried to just have each neuron be one item in the layer, because now we have to do like multiplication and division to figure out which layer we're on and which neuron on that layer we're at. So it's just like, it makes more sense to put it all in one layer and then we're all good. It also makes it easier to display this, because it means we can go through each item, or we can go through each layer and make one thing, as opposed to being like, okay, so these are the settings, so we need to do this, this, and this, and this, and then change their brightness to this, this, and this, and this, based on this, this, and this, and this, and gobbledygook, right? It's dumb. So this is just smarter and easier, and you gotta love it. So now, we need to go, so this theoretically should actually be it. I'm not certain, but it's a maybe, and that would be in 30 minutes. So that would be pretty fast, and most of that time was spent explaining, because honestly, all I did was add, like, 3 numbers together, and then, you know, it worked. So, we'll see, but first I want to definitely downgrade this neural network. 2 layers with 1 input neuron per layer, 1 input and 1 output, and if we do this, you can see this immediately redraws, and then we process. Boom. Very nice. And so, this is bright, because this is dark, and this is dark, because that is one thing I noticed. By the way, basically, because you can't because sorry, I'm moving around. Because weights can only go from -1 to 1, they can never be like you can never get a higher output than your input, which makes sense given the fact that like if you were input at a 1, you wouldn't want a number bigger than 1. But it also means that a positive weight that isn't at 1 decreases the strength of that neuron, which is like kind of weird, I guess. It just seems kind of weird to me, or it feels weird. But then it's like it does make sense though. And then obviously negative weights increase it depending on how low that is. So basically, just it inverts it, but it will still never be more than 1. Yeah. So with a positive weight. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Either way, so now what we need to do is go zoom out. We need to zoom out, scroll down, and right here, this is baby. So basically, I'm gonna explain what this block means because this is a block. It's a custom. It's basically just being like, you press this, it'll run through all of this code, and so it's a lot more compact and repeatable. So this backpropagation collection. This means it will collect all the changes that the neural network wants to be made. That means that we can also collect changes over multiple. No, we can't. Maybe. Let me check. If I go down to the bottom, where we just were. This is that plus. So yes, we can. Okay. We can combine changes over multiple trials, right? So it'll give one input, say make these changes, then when you give another input, says make these changes, give another input, says make these changes, and then you can make all of those changes at once instead of doing the calculation 3 times, which is a lot easier. Not necessarily faster, because obviously now it takes 3 turns, but at the same time it takes a lot less processing power. And I don't know if that's important in Scratch, but I know that it's probably important wherever else you're using neural network. So, and then this is the delta score. This is basically saying like, what is the change? This is the delta score. What is the change in score? Meaning that if it's positive, it means that I'm encouraging the output. Technically, I need to like set the delta score to be like, let me see this. Does it actually use delta score ever? Because it would be really funny if it didn't, but I'm pretty sure it does. Like if I go down to demands, erase this. Right, it's chosen output. Does this just assume that it's positive? I don't. If this is a chosen output, so what sets chosen output? It sets chosen output to 0, then change output by 1. Then if it's so, yes, chosen output is the most activated one. Yes. Does it ever tell it whether or not to go positive or negative? I don't think it does, but that doesn't matter. I can fix that in a second. The point is, this is like a change in score, so it's like if it's positive, that means it wants to encourage the output you chose to do and discourage any other output. So you would like be like, hey, do this action and do this action and give it this input, and don't do the other ones. And then if it's negative, it does the opposite. Don't do this option or this action when you're given this input. Do something else. And so now if I press this, boom, that did a bunch of code stuff. And so now if we go to weight demands, neuron demands, and bias demands, this tells us how much it wants to change each of those things. Negative 0.30. That's fine. We can have that rounded. I don't think I Yes, because it's not set to round after being multiplied by the thing. So that means that all of the things at the bottom added up, like the derivative of this, the derivative of the sigmoid, the derivative of the of cost with respect to the output, all of it added or multiplied together to make a 0.1. Then you multiply it by the weight to get the 0.037. Or did it 201? I'm not sure. What that depends, I guess. Like, I can just tell if it's the learning rate is okay. Yeah, so it was 0.1. See, it's divided by 10 because there's the extra thing there, which is awesome. And then weight demands. It says it wants to decrease the weight by 0.1, which we can see why it shows 0.1 of anything by looking at the current value of the weight and how far away it is from being whatever the best output would be. We say output weight. Okay, you can see it's negative 0.8, so this would bring it to negative 0.9 if you make this change, which is obviously going to make this more bright. And then bias demands, if you look at output biases, it wants us to decrease the bias by 0.1. Currently, the bias is 0.18, which is like those are randomly generated, so for them to just say, wow, it's great. Anyway, for that to be, now that one's a bit like, I don't know why you would want to decrease the bias. I mean, I can look at the math, we can see. Why would you want to decrease the bias? Bias. Theoretically, you would want to increase the bias of the thing that you would have. I don't know. Okay. The bias, derivative of the bias is the derivative of the cost with respect to the bias is are you gonna loop music, or do I have to tell you to loop? I don't know what you want from your music. Either way, derivative of the cost with respect to the bias is the derivative of the weighted sum with respect to the bias, which in this case is always going to be 1. Because like I'll show you. So basically, the bias is separate from the weighted sum. You weigh all the previous neurons and then add them together, and then you add on the bias by itself. So that means the bias is only being multiplied by 1. So it's by itself, like in the y equals mx plus b situation. So that means that the derivative of the weighted sum with respect to the bias is always going to be 1. And then that's multiplied by the derivative of the value of the output neuron with respect to the weighted sum, which is the derivative of the sigmoid function that you're putting that weighted sum into. Then you multiply that by the derivative of the cost with respect to that output neuron, which, like we said before, is 2 times the difference between the given output and the desired output. And that... So why is it... Right, I know why. Because I was thinking... Okay, so for these, I need to also multiply these by the... what do you call... I also need to multiply these by the, hold on, sorry. I need to multiply these by the negative learning rate, because I didn't do that, which is probably why the neuron demand is the only one that makes sense. No, the weight demand makes sense. You want to decrease the weight, sure. I don't know. Okay, we need to go to weight, which is this. We need to multiply this by the by negative, and we need to multiply it by okay, we're gonna multiply it by the negative learning rate, which is difficult to do. God, it's so really complicated looking. I don't know what's wrong with Scratch, but it always does this to any comments I make. It like throws them into random locations. Okay. Let me do this. I gotta figure out what is being multiplied. Or what is actually calculating the number? Because I know the binary thing that's calculated separately. Okay, the thing where it's divided by itself. Because you have the number divided by the absolute value. If I grab this is gonna give me a positive or negative one. Because you have the number divided by the absolute value of the number, which is obviously gonna give you positive or negative one, depending on if the number is positive or negative. So that means we need to multiply this by negative 1. Yeah, we need to multiply this by negative 1. Times negative 1, so it inverts it. Boing. Actually, do I need to? Because I could maybe just change this to equal to 1. Because now that gives a... Because if it were equal to 1, then that would mean, obviously that means it's positive. So when it's positive, it'll give out a 1. If it's negative, it'll give out a 0, which is in fact inverting it. So I don't actually need to multiply it by anything. I can just change this to be equal to 1. Gotta love booleans. That is the difference. Now, this isn't entirely math, just because I used a couple booleans. But it's really kind of easy. It's just like, if I wanted to change this, I could just do it to be like, negative 1 plus, would it be negative 1 plus 2 times this? So like, if it was positive, then that would be plus positive 2, which would give it a 1. Then you multiply it by that. I don't know. I mean, it's just this over this. Then you need to, when it's... Isn't that just plus 1? I'm pretty sure that's just plus 1. Because when it's negative 1, plus 1 makes it 0. When it's positive 1, plus 1 makes it 2. So... maybe minus 1, so that negative 1 becomes negative 2. Then 1 becomes 0, then divided by 2, so that 0 becomes 0, and negative... divided by negative 2. So then the negative 2 becomes a positive 1. And there you go. 1 is now equal to negative 1 once more. And that's binary, baby. Boom. Okay. So now we go over here. We need to multiply this by the learning rate. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. So we've inverted it to be negative with a positive, positive with negatives. So now we need it to be So this is going item blank of blank, which is like, yeah, okay, so it converts the number into, okay, because this is a hexadecimal library, so it converts the number into a hexadecimal number. Because, I mean, it does fun, it's just fun. So this is the, yeah, wow, the W, like, yep, all of this, and that's multiplied by all of that, and that's plus 1, because, this is plus 1, because, like, you have to add 1, because 0 is also in the list, and so that means that 0 is item 1 of the list, so you have to add 1, so that it's not like it's off. I think we do absolute value of this times the learning rate, which I need to figure out what's being, okay, so we keep the absolute value of the number rounded by the learning rate, because it doesn't matter, and we need to round we need to round to include the thing, there we go, okay. So it's this number times 10 times the learning rate. Which, what is this gonna do for me? And to round this, so in this case, rounding it would give you a -1, the absolute value, so it's just a 1. And then it would be item 1. Yep. So that 1 is technically 0.1. So then I want to multiply it before you can multiply it by 10. But you've got the 0.1. So I want to multiply by. I guess it doesn't actually matter. Let's just multiply by the learning. So whoa! Loading rate there, then multiply there, and since we already did the negative, straight up loading rate, take this 10, or 8, I don't know what I accidentally just wrote. Take that, stay there, okay, move this over here, camera, so you take this, put it into suck, okay. That means I need to move this over here, right there, grab this, very carefully, shut up, don't you try to take stop trying to take my variable stage, I don't care, go away, there, boom, got it, okay, now the number multiplied by the learning rate, which is now 0.233, not really that. Then boom, and now that rounds from, instead of being a 0.1, in what, oh wait, no, it's probably a 0, yeah, yep, before we round to, it rounded to a 1 before, but now it doesn't, because it's still 0.4. The thing about the learning rate is that I'm pretty sure I'm doing that wrong, in that I'm using a 2-digit decimal number to change 1-digit decimal numbers, right? Like, I've got the incorrect amount of sig figs, so it's like, I'm pretty sure it's doing goofy stuff. Like, I should probably just change my learning rate to be 0.4 instead of 0.37. But at the same time, ask me if I care. Do it. Do it now. Ask me. Okay, and then take this. We just left that right back in there. So we do multiply variables. So much lag. Streaming does so much lag to my computer. To mi computadora. I think it's Computadora or something. We can just put that there, because then it becomes learning rate times this, and then boom. There you go. And now we can go over here and change this to a positive one, and that should be the weight and bias both corrected. So instead of telling me to decrease what I should be increasing, it should be telling me to do the other thing. So now we must navigate over the harsh waters of the Scratch background, code background, code back. What am I thinking? I don't know. It felt like there was something funny I could say about that, but then I just forgot and started spamming background. Okay, anyway. Now you calculate, and you can see it's saying to make no change to the weight or bias, which is interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna try changing the learning rate to 0.4. Set learning rate to 0.4 instead of 0.37, like that. And now if we do this, yep, bias is now 1. Why so many Why so many digits, bro? Down to neuron demands to figure out why in the world it now being a 1-digit number matters so much. Just multiply by the negative. You suck. I don't even get why it now being that caused you to have this many more digits. Like, how many digits is this? Stop being a loser. Expando! Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Okay, man. Okay. I see how it is. We're going to I need to figure out, the round is being divided by 10, correct? The rounded number is always being divided by 10. Yes. So what I'm gonna do, shrink this, zoom out. Okay. Now check out this magic. We take out this. Leave it right there just for now. Scroll over. This. Ah, you pained me, child. Okay, move it over. Don't delete it. Okay. 0 time. So we take this out. Take this. Put it in there. So we can put this here. And then put this. I'm zoomed out so far, and then I'm also leaning back right now. Like, stop it! Stage! For the love of God! Stop it. I don't want to give you things. If I wanted to give you things, you know where I would put this? Not here. I would put it here. Stop trying to take my things. Boom. Okay. Now, with that, we should be able to do this and get a not whatever the heck that thing is, that garbage. So many zeros. Do this. 0! Oh gosh, what have I done? Why 0? Sorry, give me a minute. Because it's rounded. Literally. Okay. We need to go down. I think I did something wrong in terms of the ordering because it's the negative learning rate. Multiplied by 10. Didn't matter. I guess 0 would be correct. Yes, 0 would be correct because it's rounding it to a single-digit decimal number, or like a single decimal place, and we know that it's 0.1 being multiplied by the learning rate, which is 0.2, so that would round to 0. So that is correct, actually. So we're good. We're okay. So we can see that it wants to set the neuron to 0, which makes sense because it's got a negative weight, right? It wants the neuron to be 0, which technically it means it doesn't want to change the neuron. Because, right, it doesn't want to set the neuron to 0. It wants to change the neuron by 0, which, technically speaking, because I'm only using a single decimal digit, I am, in fact, losing quite a lot of precision. You know what I mean? The fine-tuning that this thing can do is very minimal. So, it kind of is what it is in terms of, I can't really do anything about that because I'm not technically limited by my technology to use single-digit decimal numbers. But, basically, I wasn't thinking about that when I made the neural network itself. So everything about the forward propagation all cares about things being single-digit decimal numbers, like the way it reads things. Because if I wanted to add another decimal place, I would need to add another hexadecimal number that can range from 0 to 9. And technically that doesn't necessarily have to be a hexadecimal number now because I'm not including 10 because obviously it can't be 10. But that means that would mean that I need to add on, everything needs to, the way it reads everything needs to change because now everything is one digit over than it used to be. So I kind of don't want to do that, but theoretically this should be able to backpropagate. Okay, so this works now. It doesn't have the backpropagation yet. It calculates what it wants to do with the backpropagation. So now you need to so the issue with this is that at the beginning of each of these, I delete all of the previous information, right? Like you can see when I press it, it doesn't add to this. It's deleting it deletes all of neuron demands. I need it to not do that. So I need to take these out and put them as a separate thing that I'm gonna call backpropagation reset. Backpropagation reset, and run that without screen refresh. So backpropagation reset is going to have all of the deleting and resetting like this. That way we can actually add onto this, and then after we properly do the backpropagation, like obviously this is just calculating what we want to do in the backpropagation. Once we actually do the backpropagation, then we can do the backpropagation reset and like get rid of all the information from the past collection. And that should be it. And now this, I'm gonna leave this because this is only going to reset neuron demands if that shouldn't actually be the case anymore, because neuron demands no longer is the output, because previously neuron demands was what I was originally like where I was putting like what the whole function wants to do with the individual neuron. But then I eventually realized I don't have to do that because I know the derivative. I know the derivative of the cost with respect to that output neuron as a formula, like as a thing, which is 2 times the difference. So I don't need to hold the thing in that. So this is actually, we're gonna take this, we're gonna take this, so we can get rid of this because it's pointless. Bye bye. Alright, and now backpropagation reset will properly reset all the things. I reset that, and then backpropagation collection tells you what you want to do. If it doesn't want to change this, doesn't want to change this, and it does want to increase the bias, which makes sense. It's probably always going to want to increase the bias for the desired output, right? Like this is, currently we're saying that it was good that this was powered, meaning that it wants it to be more powered. And since it's not precise, it isn't precise enough to say to decrease this weight even more and decrease this neuron even more, because it doesn't have enough decimal places or whatever. Because of that, it forgot what I was saying. Because of that, it can only increase the bias, and that's obvious. So I know at some point I'm gonna have to find a way to get more precision, and I'm gonna have to hope I can find a way without having to rework the entirety of like the stupid encoding thing and whatnot, because god, that sucks. But I can press this again and you'll see, look at that, more weights. Now the only problem is this is adding on for the bias and the weight. It's doing it wrong. It is adding more things. It's not, this isn't per weight. There is not 1 item per weight. There is 1 item per neuron, and then 2 things per weight, right? And so this is adding stuff to do to a non-existent weight. We instead want it to change the weight that is there. Oh, okay. Technically, I can just say I don't care and then only do it in 1, you know what I mean? Like calculate 1, or figure out what you want to do, then do it. Figure out what you want to do, then do it. Instead of figure out what you want to do, figure out what you want to do, figure out what you want to do, and then do it. Like, you know? But whatever, fine. I'll do it. I'm not gonna do that because I'm live. And I care. But, oh, here. Okay, we're gonna test this with a larger neural network. Obviously with this, we've got 1, but I did design this based on math from there being multiple, because it was like, I mean, I may as well. So let's see, if we say inner neurons per layer is something like, we'll just say 3 inner neurons per layer, 2 inputs, 1 output. No, 3 outputs, and 5 inner neurons per layer. Like that. So if we do this, you can see this right here is the new appearance of our neural network. I'm going to shrink this. These are going to get a lot bigger, but I can hide output weights and biases because I only care about the demands, which I can shrink down to this. Typically these are all going to be longer, but I can scroll through them like this. So what we should see is for weight demands, we want 3 items in this list, and each of those items is going to contain 10 digits because there's 5 neurons that they're connected to, so, and 2 digits per one connection, a binary digit and a hexadecimal digit. So this should be good. We're gonna process. There we go. So now we've got the values of our inner neurons based on the values of our weights. It's gotta say very negative, bro. And now we go down, 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 down deep underground, wherever the heck. I don't know. Anyway, now if we press this, boom. I dragged it. Boom. Okay, reset. Then you do that. So you... Huh. So you need to Okay. So you need to reset and then repeat however many times. Basically, however many steps you want to, like, collect before properly backpropagating, you need to do that. There you go. For now, I'm just going to set this to 1. Where you can see, you've got 3 bias demands, which is the way we want to change these biases. Why are there spaces between these? That's not a good thing, because it makes them harder to read. Why in the world? There should only be 5 in each thing, so I'll have to figure that out. I don't know what's up with that. But if we go to neuron demands, we have 3, which is not what we want, actually. Neuron demands should be 5. Weight demands being 3 adds up, right? There's spaces between them all. Why are there spaces between them all? What is happening? Okay. Like, what? If I duplicate this, what is generating this space? Why in the world are there spaces? The spaces are a problem because it's not set to read with space. It's meant to read with a bunch of just a long string of numbers. Also, the fact that all of those are the same is concerning because obviously it means it's not good. Man, this sucks. I just don't follow. I mean, if we take this, this gives us a 1.0. And so when we look here, we can see that 1.0 there. Okay, right. So that's cool. And I'm pretty sure that bottom string, I don't know what is causing. Hold on. Yeah, I have no clue what is causing all of these 0 1s to show up, but they are not welcome. They don't make sense. Why? Like, weight demands. You have so many zeros. 0, 1, whatever the heck. Like, why? Why? This is programming. I always end up feeling like I'm bad at programming because I can't have anything like just work. But then I'm like, no, this is programming. This is how it works. That is to say it doesn't. If we show the output weights, we can see we've got a -0.2, and you're saying you don't want to change it. You have like you've got, there's so much stupidity. Okay, that one I can get, that one I can change. That's straight up 100%. That's a 1.0. I just like, okay. Height neuron demands. Neuron demands is stupid. I don't even know why neuron. Okay, no. Neuron demands. You're repeating length of output. Repeating inner neurons per layer. Okay, so this needs to be changed. Neuron demands needs to be repeating the inner neurons per layer. Undo that. Don't friggin' inner neurons per layer. Duplicate, sorry. Like that. Right? So that'll give me the correct amount. Bias and weights are good in their quantities, so if we do reset, we can probably see that neuron demands is now just a bunch of zeros. Right. Why? Because you can't... I'm trying to figure this out. Give me a second. So, the learning rate is setting them all to 0 for some reason. Now, I'm trying to consider the highest possible value it can get, and then have it multiplied by the learning rate. No, because even then, bro, why are you a bunch of zeros? You should at least be 0.4, point something. Why is it sucking? Why are you being such a loser? Go ahead and do this. This gives a 0. Zoom out, way out. Okay, no. Take this out and replace it with a 1. And we end up with 0.256, whatever. Is that multiplied by 10? Or is that before you multiply it by 10? That is multiplied by 10. I mean, it's just, it's too... It's too small. All of the things are too small, like, immediately. Any changes it wants to make become minuscule. And the only possible reason... I have no clue why, actually. I mean, maybe it's because it's a bunch of tiny numbers. Like 2 times the difference is going to be a place where it's going to be negative. Which is why you can see this value is negative. And then the this is the value of the connected weight. Man. I don't know. Wow. Okay, if I'm pretty sure it's like, I'm pretty sure it's the derivative or something. Two times. Did I say derivative? I meant the sigmoid. Right? Neuron is, there, it does have the sigmoid, which, so it's the value of the weight times the value of the sigmoid, which that's this. No, that's 2 times the difference. This is the sigmoid. What is the value of the sigmoid? 1/6. If I were to replace this with a 1, what else? 0.64. Right. So with this here, it shrinks it down to a goofy small value. And is there, okay, x can be any value between, I'm just gonna 0 and, no, negative 1, negative 1, negative 1. What is the highest value it can be? On the looks of it, it's when x is 0. That's 0.25. The highest value it can be is 0.25. And if we go here, multiply this by a 5, get a number that rounds to 0. Okay? And the highest value this can be, which is always going to be negative, it's 2 times the difference. If we assume that this is the output we want to get, it's 0. Makes sense, yes. So if this is 0, then we get a negative 2. Makes sense, it's going to be negative 2. So we have 2 times 0.25, already 0.5, which doesn't work well. Then we take the value of the connected weight, which is any value between 1, negative 1, we can only know that it's times 0.1, and that's, so the highest number we can get for that is 0.5, and we multiply that by the learning rate. So this case is 0.4. Get a number that rounds to 0. In fact, anything less than a 1 rounds to 0. And so what am I supposed to do here? You have the weight. It needs to round to 1. Right. And this, I'm confused. Oh wait, sorry, I'm lost. I forgot what I'm doing. So you have, this is the largest number we can get, which is 0.5. And this is, but should this number not, okay, no, it's so basically, let's look through this. We'll just say that A, or it's 2 times that, 2 times A minus 1. Add slider A. A can be any value between 1 and 0. Right? And we're going to round do I not know? What? Bro, this is a 0.5. Round. You round x a negative 0.5. What's negative 0.5 rounds to, just make sure I'm not crazy. Does 0.5 round up or down? Whenever fractional part. I don't know what this means. I'm gonna go with this because this is what I thought. You round up, right? So I'm just gonna say, oh shoot, we're gonna say in curly brackets, in if that is greater than or equal to 0.5. What do you mean undefined? It's a yes or no question. Okay, absolute value of this. Okay. So okay. Hold on. There you go. So now it'll give it 1 when it's a yes, and 0 when it's a no. Correct? Okay, yes. And I'll make the step 0.1. Okay. So that's a problem. As I thought, A has to, in perfect conditions, meaning the maximum weight and maximum I'll say sigmoid, A has to be 0 for it to give anything. Because otherwise it rounds down. Right? Because these are... I'm trying to think. Also, I can get rid of this and just make it negative. There. So, hold on. I think I need 2 digits. Because this is... there's this. Let's say round this. Round this times 10. What is this times 10? Times negative 10. Then divided by 10. Okay, wait. So, yeah. The highest value it can possibly be is 0.5 currently. I'm trying to think. Yeah, the highest value it can possibly be is 0.5, which is how much it says to change it, right? But is that what it's doing? Is it saying change it by this much, or are you doing something else? Like, get rid of the learning rate. Get rid of the learning rate. Get rid of the times 10. So all of this one we get multiplied is 0.025, which W, add a slider W, you can be between -1 and 1. So, close this, doesn't help. Yeah, no. I need to figure out. I think I need 2 digits. I think I need 2 digits. Because it's basically, all it's doing is rounding this to 1 digit, which is going to be 0 most of the time. But it should. I mean, right now it's 0.025. So yeah, I need 2 digits. That's not something I'm going to do right now. Next thing on the list of what I want to do, because I'm very frustrado, whatever the heck the word for it is. Oh. I need to save. Okay. What we're gonna do, duplicate tab. Don't duplicate tab. This, open image, new tab. That's not what I meant. Dang it, I don't know. Okay. Don't duplicate tab, stop duplicating tab. I keep pressing duplicate tab. Okay, scratch. Project 72. Server settings. Yeah, here. Okay. Failed. Attempt to network. Try again. I'm gonna refresh, and if it undoes my progress, I'm going to be very angry. I'm just gonna go to my stuff. Hello, Goose. Bum 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 ba bum bum. See inside. And scroll all the way down. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. That means it's it. That means it's safe. Alright. That means I can close these. Leave. I already saved. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So now we are on to flesh out story and logic for a book I'm never gonna write, that I'm never gonna write, but like the idea too much not to write down and properly think through. Right, and that's gonna be DocsAtGoogle.com. This one. Mitosis. Okay. So, here's the dealio. This is so much. Okay. Sorry, I'm moving over here. Okay. So, basically, here's the dealio. Basically, otherworld kind of thing. Like, isekai garbage type thing. Right? Minus the garbage parts. So, kind of just isekai. I guess. But the point is, it's just different world. But there's magic, and the magic is science, but also not science. It's science fiction, but it's science, you know what I mean? Basically, I mean, I can just read this. So, there's a thing called magic, right? Magic is facilitated by subatomic particles the size of an electron called magicules, obviously. The size of an electron, as far as I'm aware, electrons and quarks are the same size. So they're just like the size of fundamental particles. And they're called magicules because why not? Magicules are energy particles like photons, except they can act outside of the laws of physics. Basically saying, literally, magicules can act outside of the laws of physics. They can break the laws of physics. End of sentence. That's what they can do. The laws of thermodynamics? Nah. The laws of anything, any kind of law, right? They can just defy. They are not held by the laws of physics. They act by the laws of physics naturally, but they can be made to act otherwise fairly easily, Okay? And now magicules are four-dimensional particles. They look like small blue spheres when in line with our three-dimensional plane. Now that is to say, they're in line with our three-dimensional plane. Obviously, because they're four-dimensional particles, they can exit the three-dimensional plane. And if you think of it like a circle on a sheet of paper, exiting the 2D plane basically means leaving the paper. So they can enter and exit our 4D plane, our 3D plane. And obviously that means they disappear and reappear. But not normally, for reasons that I need to make sure I write down in this. But basically, you've got, let's keep going. Magic moves facilitate magic energy, which can do a number of things. Similar, like photons, I guess it would be photons and something like Higgs, bosons, or whatever the heck they are. Like they transfer energy between things, right? They transfer energy between things, and they can do a lot. In terms of, it's in terms of they are like photons. They have energy, they transfer energy, and whatnot, right? And they can do a number of things with that energy, and also outside of having that energy in terms of just by default, they can do a lot of things, right? Through a process called magic encoding, magic rules can be used to manipulate or break the laws of physics. That is to say, they can be used to do magic, right? Magic encoding is basically you just program a magic thing to happen. And it's not programming, but it's basically programming. And I'll explain. Magic encoding usually takes the form of one or more mathematical equations that form a single spell. And that's why it's not exactly coding, because you're not writing lines of codes or commands, you're writing equations, right? So say, like you're writing like 2 plus 2 is 4, right? Or that's plus is 4, or like 2x equals g over 5, like that or something. I don't know. Writing equations. These equations are basically rules that the objects or areas on which they are cast must follow. For example, if I were to cast a spell on for example, let's just say the equation for the magic encoding, the magic equation is 2 equals 1, right? Very simple, very powerful, because you're changing 2 to be equal to 1. Basically, every instance of 2 is now equal to 1. However, that 2 is equal to 1 is obviously relative to, what was 2, right? Because if 2 equals 1, then if 2 equals 1 worked on itself, that would mean that 1 equals 1. And then that means that nothing, you know what I mean? So in that, 2 equals 1, what was 2 becomes 1, but only once. So if I were to put it on my house, if I said 2 equals 1, every instance of 2 inside of my house would become an instance of 1. It would not continue to become instances of 1, so it's not like my house would eventually just become a singular atom, but it would become half the atoms that it originally was, because every 2 atoms is now 1 atom. And technically, every 2 electrons is now 1 electron, so my house would probably become radioactive. I'm not sure about that. The atoms would become half their atomic number, have half the number of electrons. It would take up half the amount of space. Like my house would basically shrink to half. But then also, I don't know. I don't know. That one's honestly, because it's kind of like, okay, I can get it working on particles, like individual particles are now half. Half of all the particles are gone because every 2 particles became 1 particle. Sure. But what about things that are multiple particles? For example, if I have 2 slices of pizza and I say 2 equals 1, does 1 slice of pizza disappear? Or do I keep my 2 slices of pizza? Obviously, presumably, even if 1 slice of pizza disappeared, the atoms inside of the remaining slice of pizza would be halved, and it probably wouldn't be edible anymore. I have hiccups. But the point is, what would happen? Okay, but yeah, that's it. That's all it works. You write an equation or multiple. Yeah, you write an equation or multiple, and based on that equation, everything in that equation becomes like whatever you cast the spell on follows that equation. So in the case of 2 of 1, every instance of 2 becomes an instance of 1. Technically speaking, I don't know if energy would work that way. In terms of like, would energy be halved? Because like I could every places where there's like 2 something of energy, it is now 1. But I guess because measurements of energy are arbitrary, it would, because you could always be like, oh, well, the amount of energy in this house is equal to exactly 1 max house of energy, right? Therefore, now my house has an instance, what did I say? The amount of energy in half of the house is equal to 1 max house of energy. Now my house has 2 max houses of energy. Therefore, that instance of 2 would become 1, and there you go. So because measurements are arbitrary, it would still work on things that's like, well, it's not exactly, what if it's not 1? For example, what if I had 241? Well, guess what? 241 is 2 instances of bobbity-boobity. So now, yeah, that's cool. Back to this. So, although magic can bypass the laws of physics, the universe enforces the laws by taking the caster's life force. No one is really sure what life force is, but when a person loses any amount of it, a number of consequences appear until a person runs out of it and dies. That number of consequences, not entirely sure what that means. But I don't know. Cause at first I was like, just a number of consequences, but then it was like, okay, but are those health consequences, or are we talking like divine intervention, cat falling off of the Empire State Building, knocking over a pumpkin that should not have been there, to make somebody trip, fire a gun that they had in their hip legally, which then causes people to run around afraid because they heard gunshot, and then now that somebody bumps into you, which knocks you exactly 5 centimeters to the left, which is in the exact direction of another panicked person's pail of blue paint that they dropped out of the window when they were shocked and accidentally, dropped their pail of paint. Therefore, you are now covered in blue paint and probably have a tin-related concussion. You know what I mean? Basically, like, miraculous happenings that are just not in your favor. There is no known way of measuring life force, meaning you don't know how much you have. You kind of just, like, it's like, presumably you can just be like, how unlucky you are. I mean, I guess that depends. You know what I mean? There's no known way, because I'm going to say it would manifest itself differently usually every time, because there's so many ways it can manifest itself, because it's a thing by the end universe itself. So it's like, there's no known way of measuring that. In magic encoding, there are variables known as constants, and these variables take the mathematical sense of variables. In this case, if I said 2x equals 1z, right? It's variables. Now, there are variables known as constants. These values can represent constant numbers in the universe, such as the gravitational constant, which is this. This is the gravitational constant. And now this is where it gets cool, because now we've got variables that represent actual things, like the gravitational constant. And since you can change those, usually with some amount of consequence, but like that's where stuff can get really cool, right? Through a process called, okay, and now this is what I wrote down. I was like, okay, I need to properly format this and whatnot. So this is through a process called magic encoding. Magic rules can be used to manipulate or break the laws of physics. Magic encoding usually takes the form of one or more mathematical equations, often called magic equations. Did I say mathematical or mathematical? I hope I said mathematical. Mathematical equations, often called magic equations, that form a single spell. These equations are basically rules that the objects or areas on which they are cast must follow. We'll get constants. In magic encoding, there are variables known as constants. These values represent numbers of the universe, or constant numbers of the universe, such as the gravitational constant. Constants are discovered by creating magic equations that use a blank variable in the place of a significant number. Discovering a constant is a great achievement and a surefire way to make a name for oneself, leading many mages to dedicate many years to searching for a constant. Unfortunately, a mage can't brute force find a constant because unfortunately, a mage can't brute force find a constant, as a fundamental understanding of the value of the constant I don't know where I'm supposed to put this. It's basically they have to have a fundamental understanding of the value of the constant must be had before is recognized. Sure, I'll probably rephrase that later. But you gotta have a fundamental understanding. No, I don't like that at all. You have to have a fundamental understanding of the value of the constant for it to become a constant. Unfortunately, can't prove it. As a fundamental understanding of the constant is necessary for it to become one. Currently, only one known constant, and this is in universe. Currently, only one known the only known constant is the gravity constant, discovered by the great mage Malcolm Price, who afterward made himself known as one of the most powerful mages, and the only one who knew the formula for the gravity constant until he revealed it to the public on his deathbed, irritating many powerful mages who wanted to buy it off him and immensely grow their own strength. Which is like, yeah, makes sense, right? Like, why keep it a secret? Because it's not like anybody else can find it. It's already a constant, so they won't get any kind of notification that, hey, this is the thing. Technically speaking, I'm not entirely sure how this would work logically, because when I'll show you. This G, the gravity constant, and let me just zoom in really quick, just for no particular reason. I just want you to see. I just want you to make sure you can see. G, man, that's quite the interesting G, isn't it? Isn't it such a cool G? I made that myself. That's awesome. I just find that really, I made G, and I know it doesn't seem that significant, but you'll understand, okay? The G, the gravity constant represents the gravitational constant of the universe. The gravity variable is directly protected by the will of the universe, or by some stranger law, leading to the semi-permeability of the gravity variable. I don't know if that's the right word to use for it, but changing the gravity variable doesn't result in the loss of life force, but the change can only last but the change only lasts for the length of the spell. Basically meaning, if you were to manipulate the gravity constant, basically, like, so you make it a negative number, right, for, like, a person, meaning that they are going to be pushed away from Earth, or whatever other masses, right, that only lasts for as long as you are casting that spell. The moment you stop casting it, it reverts, right? So you can change it, but only temporarily. You can't permanently change the gravitational constant. And that's the thing, because the difference is with the others, you can genuinely straight up change them. And I do think that might be the difference between constants and well, no. You just can't change them. I don't know. I'll figure out constants. That might be the difference between constants, in that constants, you genuinely cannot change them. Magicules cannot change constants permanently. They may be able to do things like with G, where they deform it, but they cannot change... Ooh, yeah. I think that's the thing with constants. Constants will always revert. You cannot permanently change constants, but you can temporarily, and not always at the expense of life force, which is cool. Now the thing is, like, if we were to... I'll talk about that after. I'm gonna get through all of this, and then I'll explain, like, the story, how I want the story to go, right? So now we're on to variables. Variables are letters that represent a value. They're also, constants are variables, but there's, like, obviously constants are specific. Variables are letters that represent a value. The value can be a constant or an unknown/changing number. Non-constant variables can either be blank variables that act like a variable in a normal mathematical equation, or universal variables that represent specific aspects of the area, areas or objects being cast upon. Blank variables take the form of characters that from what is believed to be an unknown alphabet. Obviously, this is our alphabet, but this is a different world with a very different thing, so logically the history isn't going to be the same. So there is no Latin alphabet, or whatever the heck this alphabet is. I think it's Latin. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure what is the English alphabet? I guess English. There is no English alphabet. Sure, we'll just say English. There is no English alphabet. There is no English language. I don't know. But that's one thing I never get, is when, like, there's any resemblance of the real world in another world in a non-logical way. Like, I'll be watching a stinking like isekai or whatever the heck. There's some different world, and there's takoyaki like stinking Japan exists. It doesn't. And I'm gonna be honest with you, in these medieval medieval places, Europe, nothing like Europe is not Europe. I won't say, well, maybe Europe. Sure, Europe. Europe's not making takoyaki. Maybe some parts of Europe, like Italy's pretty chill. But, like, I think Britain just gives Europe such a bad rap. Because when I think about it, like, Europe isn't that bad. They've got Italy and France and all sorts of places. And it's like the British ruined my impression of European cuisine. But when I think about it, no, they've got pretty good stuff in some places. Because not all of them. There are quite a few places in Europe that are like, come on, man. But, like, they've got Italy. And I don't even know anything about France in terms of, I have no clue what France, like, has specially aside from breads, as in like, you know, different kinds of bread, which is like, that's good enough, frankly. Breaded, I mean, bread, cheese, and money, those are the human essentials. So but back to this. Universal variables take the form of altered versions of the previous alphabet, this alphabet. The universal variables and constants both seem to use characters from the same altered alphabet. That is based entirely on the fact that this looks a little different than this. Okay, of course, they don't have any other references, so this is like they're just guessing. Because constants and universal variables must be discovered before their appearance can change to the altered form, we don't know the appearance of most letters of the altered alphabet. Alright. And these are the ones that we do know, along with G, the gravity constant. E, the energy variable, represents the energy of the target. This variable is protected by the law of conservation of energy, and thus is risky to use as or in the product of a magic equation, as it can easily result in the loss of life force if any energy is created or destroyed. I don't know why I capitalized magic equation, but I'm leaving it like that. So, like you see, each of these variables is protected by something. Be it the universe directly or some law of nature / physics. Law of nature is probably better, but I like laws of physics. It sounds cool. So, like E, the energy variable, and I made all of these myself, by the way. Like, look at this E. Look at this E. Tell me it's not the best looking E you've ever seen. Like, are you kidding? I made that. It's a very simple change, but it's so elegant. It's so nice. Anyway, E, energy, is protected by the law of conservation of energy. And so, like, you know, energy cannot be created or destroyed, and if you break that law, you will pay the price in life force. Next, you have the velocity variable. I'll call it V. V, the velocity variable. The velocity variable represents the velocity of the target. Use of the velocity variable requires engraving both the speed of the target and the direction as a three-dimensional vector. The use of variables, and I haven't explained what engraving is, but I will. The use of variables as engravings is incredibly difficult due to the precision required, meaning most spells using the velocity variable are one-shots and generally unusable for offense or defense. Dynamic velocity spells, the colloquial term for spells that use the velocity variable engraved with variables, are generally reserved for high mages and upcoming mages with incredible talent and magic control. Because again, it's very difficult to engrave the velocity variable with variables, or just engrave with variables in the first place. T, the time variable, represents time as an asset of the universe. The value of the time variable increases constantly from the beginning to the end of a cast. Now, here's the thing about the time variable. You'll notice that something is missing in that one. Hold on. Hello. It is past 8. Are we going to catch up? so that I have more time. Yeah, I know. After we go. I know. Yes, you go, because then you go, and then I will go. Yes, the door. Okay, so I have to go, but I'm well, okay, I'll try to explain at least the time variable fastly while getting ready to go. Okay, so basically, the time variable, as you can see, is not protected. Time variable is not protected by any specific law of nature. Now, here's the thing. Because the time variable, the way the time variable works, it says it increases constantly from the beginning to the end of the cast. But, because it's an equation, you could just say that time is equal to something, and in that case, time would freeze at that point, right? In that sense, basically, the time variable, the real thing to think about the time variable is not protected by any specific law of nature. Meaning, you can change the time variable as much as you want, but you have to be careful because you can easily break the law of conservation of energy, because you can create extra energy or matter by going back in time. Going forward, that's just like, well, speeding things up, you know what I mean? Going forward in time is whatever. But like, you have to be very careful not to create or destroy energy by going back in time. Well, I'll say, because the thing about, it's creating energy. It's creating energy. Because if you end up at a point where you exist at the same point as something else, or you exist at the same point as another you, then obviously you created energy. So you have to use it in a way that will not do that. But, what's it called? So you can change it as much as you want. If you can go forward in time, and you can't, sending something back in time won't destroy energy because it will always end up back at the present. You know what I mean? If I send a rock back in time, it may not be in that same location, but it will be somewhere because it went back in time, meaning it had to go forward through time. Also, and so now it's back in the present. It's just been to the past before, and because of that, it is probably now in a different state, be that in position or physical condition, but it is in fact the same law, and it still did not create or destroy any energy by sending it back in time. But it's kind of like if you just kind of abruptly send it to a certain area, then you probably will create energy. You mostly, I would say logically, you'd have to rewind it, you know what I mean? Move it back through time. That way it can, it'll rewind. It'll go back. It won't just teleport to a past point in time. It itself will move backwards through time. Like rewinding a video. And I would say the same thing if you want to rewind. Same thing with you. You would have to move yourself in time rather than teleporting. You have to rewind yourself. Which is like complicated, frankly, because there's a lot to consider. First of all, if you're rewinding yourself, because if you don't rewind yourself when you're going to teleport yourself back in time, you're just going to be like, I am now at this point in time. meaning you're gonna have created energy because you just teleported yourself back in time without accounting for your past self. If you rewind yourself through time, then now you're doing that. But also, rewinding yourself through time doesn't work because if you go back and you start rewinding yourself, you rewind yourself casting the spell. You know what I mean? So, like, you have to kind of get creative with that. But if you cast the rewind spell on yourself, you go back until you're no longer casting the spell, and therefore you're no longer being rewound through time by your spell. And therefore, you know what I mean? Like, doing it on something else is fine because it's a spell of time, therefore it can act through time. But because as you rewind yourself through time, you are still casting the spell. When you rewind yourself, you stop casting the spell, meaning you're no longer. It's just whatever. It's like relativity and whatnot. If I rewind myself through time, I rewind myself, casting the spell to rewind myself. Therefore, I'm no longer rewinding myself, but no longer being rewound. But if I rewind something else, because it's a spell of time, it can. If I've been not being around when I rewind it, maybe still being around. But I stop myself. I stop the spell when I rewind myself. You gotta figure that. And then you're good. And then, I guess we have the mass variable. The mass variable, look at that. It's so cool, I love that. Also, look at time, the time variable. That circle is just so elegant. I put the circle there because it's time, you know what I mean? Then it also looks pretty. Also, B, the velocity. The velocity, bro, that's an arrow. It uses the form of the V as an arrow. It's so good. Okay, and then you have the mass variable. The mass variable represents the mass of the target. This variable is protected by the laws of conservation of energy and conservation of mass. Okay, I do have to go. But yes, the law of conservation of energy